Incredible base spinning by Queen Walkers.
Gets it just in time!
That's impressive stuff here. Klaus gets it done.
Golden ticket for Navi.
Tribe Gaming going undefeated.
Next golden ticket holder to the World Championship. Reported Gaming are going to take it.
We are ready to crown a new world champion. Are you ready?
Queen Walkers, it is JX Tiger.
The World Championship is claimed.
Hey Clashers, and welcome to the final stage of the Clash of Clans World Championship Qualifier. I'm iTzu and I'm joined by an incredible lineup of casters. We have Woody, we have Maxi, and we have Judo joining me today. How are you guys doing?
Howdy, y'all! y'all? I am so excited for our final weekend of the qualifiers. We have been watching these teams for so many weeks now, and from a field of nearly 5,000, we have narrowed it down to just 8 remaining, and only half of them can get golden tickets. There will be an elimination today. There will be teams advancing on top. We have got thousands of dollars of prize money to hand out, and it's going to be a great day of clashing. Maxi, what are you looking forward to the most?
Well, all of what you just mentioned, the excitement is real. We're finally just 2 days, today and tomorrow, away from knowing the 4 remaining golden ticket winners. And as Woody said, we're going to be eliminating someone today already, and we're also going to be seeing all 8 teams that are still in the mix. So I am extremely excited. What about you, Judo? How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm happy to be back. And, well, I can just echo what all of you said. This is the weekend where we finally hand out those golden tickets and see which teams will be joining the others in Helsinki for the grand finals. It's going to be amazing, iTzu.
Yeah, and as you guys correctly said already, we have 4 golden tickets to give away over this weekend. But this means we have already 4 golden ticket winners so far of this year. Woody, talk us through them.
Gladly, they are the champions of massive community events that have been held in the preceding months leading up to our finals qualifier series. The 4 golden ticket winners are squads that I'm sure most of you will recognize. Up on top, the first to qualify this year was Navi. Second up was Tribe Gaming. In the third position, it's Team Super BLTX. And the 4th team to qualify so far is Repotted Gaming. That leaves 4 more spots to claim this weekend as our last golden tickets will be awarded. All 8 of these teams will get a chance to go to Helsinki in November to contend for the World Championship title.
That's right. So let's take a look at the way that the 4 teams that still want to get a golden ticket had to get through. They started in stage 1 with almost 5,000 teams in total, and we narrowed it down stage by stage with changing formats. We had double elimination in stage 2, then 2 Swiss brackets, and now we're back to double elimination in the final stage 5. And in these 2 days, today and tomorrow, we'll be narrowing it down one final time from 8 to just 4. But Judo, how are the wars going to look within these stages?
Yes, the format overview is that the teams compete in those 5 stages that you just seen. Each of these comprise of 5 versus 5 wars, where each player attacks just once. Pretty straightforward. At the end of this weekend, the top 4 teams will be given the golden ticket to move on to the championship finals.
Yeah, and the golden ticket is a really good keyword because this is giving us the opportunity to talk about the prize pool and what those teams are playing for in general. Because, Woody, there's a lot of money on the line, right?
It wouldn't be Clash in Action if there weren't a chance for a goblin to grab some gold. And look at all the prizing available here. In first place, from our total of a $1 million prize pool, we have a $300,000 prize to claim for the top clashing team this year. Second place gets half as much, 150K, but still in the 6 figures for third place at 100,000. It's going to be the top 8 teams over there on the left side, but we will still have 4 more teams this week that are eliminated and will be cashing out with prizes. The team that is eliminated today will still earn a $20,000 prize for coming in 11th place. The other teams that are eliminated this weekend will get $20,000 and then up to $30,000 for being in 9th and 10th place. But there is still a lot of time left and a lot of energy in these 8 squads that are still competing to try to make it to the very top. It could be one of them here today that you're watching that is the next world champion, Maxi. And what does the world champion get?
The Clash of Clans World Championship Trophy! And we can see it here in the 2022 World Championships being raised by the Queen Walkers. And that is exactly how you get immortal in Clash of Clans esports history as a player. And all of these teams want to get there, want to be in that moment on that stage and raise this beautiful trophy.
Well, they will have to take it one step at a time. So let's look through the Stage 5 bracket. This is the 8 teams battling in a double elimination format. So essentially, if you win 2 matches, you get a golden ticket. Lose 2 matches, and you are eliminated. It is that simple. But let's have some fun. I think we should take a look at predictions and see what each other think, iTzu.
That's right, let's take a look at the caster prediction, and obviously make sure that your voice is heard already as well in the chat, and let us know who you think is going to win, because we have already all of our first 4 matches set. Like, we know who is going to play, and we had some predictions sitting down, and well, Woody, I mean, we kind of all agreed on that first match, except you. What went wrong there? Maybe you're right, who knows us yet, right?
Well, you sound pretty confident about your selection there, and I guess you've got the backing of your fellow co-casters. So, look, I know that this first match is going to be a sticky one. It's not going to be easy to predict either way, and I know that there's a lot to be said about TPM in their favor. But since I'm sitting out, let me make the case for United Gaming. They're a squad that went undefeated in both Stage 3 and Stage 4, taking victories over stellar squads, including Badzinger, taking on No Limit. They even picked up a 14-11 victory over NJ Flex last week, and so I think that they've got a lot going for them. If you just look purely at the stats, they're a squad that kind of snuck in under the radar. There was no team that was ranked above them in Stage 1 that played fewer wars than they did. They actually only played 32 wars in the open ladder period. So even though they took a loss in Stage 2, they've been undefeated otherwise during the elimination rounds, and I think that they've got a strong start here. On the other hand, TPM did take a loss in Stage 4. They took a loss in Stage 3. They took a loss in Stage 2. They also don't really start out these stages on their strongest footing. They kind of start building momentum after taking a loss once. And so that might be what we expect to see from them in this bracket as well. They still very well could qualify, but I think that United might just have a little bit of an upper hand on them in this first round.
Those are some very interesting thoughts, Woody, and if you had told me before, maybe I would have changed my vote. So thank you very much for making your point there. Now let's go to the second match, because I was the only one picking another team there. It is Strut versus VN Esporting, and you guys went for Strut while I thought that VN Esporting has the upper hand. And in that case, you know, I have a history with Strut predictions. In the past couple of weeks, I have not been on point there, and whenever I chose them, they lost, and whenever I voted against them, they won. So it seems like I can only do it wrong, so probably my vote doesn't even matter. But the reasoning for me to choose VN is just Strut has shown that they might have a bad day sometimes, and VN Esporting has been consistently good, and they have some very experienced players like Elec or iPro or Demo. Elec has been 3rd in the last World Championship, so I think that they also have quite the experience, while Strut, of course, has a former world champion in their lines, and also they have been at the last World Championship as well. But so I think it is pretty balanced between them, but it might just be VN having the upper hand in the end. Then Judo, let's go back to the 3rd and 4th match. You went with Clash Champs and Early Attacks. Do you think those would be open matches, or do you think it's a very clear choice?
I mean, we all picked the same teams for that. Interestingly, Clash Champs and Early Attacks faced off in Stage 3, didn't they? Clash Champs getting the victory. And what I would say is that if I were to pick one team that I would choose, no matter who they were pitched up against, I would go with Clash Champs. They have been so impressive throughout all of the stages, and I would say 99.999% I am confident they will get one of those golden tickets. They have been that impressive, but I guess time will tell, right, iTzu?
I mean, if this does not sound like a caster curse, I don't know what actually is, but I don't know, maybe this caster curse is not even strong enough to somehow hold Clash Champs back, because I agree, they were looking incredibly strong over the last couple of weeks, and they were one of the community favorites. But I think we should introduce the match, not just yet as the timer is going up, so we will keep going for now. But you said it right, Clash Champs being incredibly consistent over the last couple of weeks with their offense, and I think they were one of the only teams consistently, ranking-wise, being in the offensive top 5 teams, performance-wise, and on the defensive side in the top 5 as well, which is making them a really incredible, scary team. Because remember, offense and defense is both important. If you always hold the other team back to 10, 11 stars, if you have an average of 12 stars, that is totally fine, because this means you should really likely win. So they're looking like a scary team. I would agree 100%. Early attacks, though, there were ups and downs. Woody, what would you make of that, like based on the performance they had last weekend, for example?
Well, I guess we have 3 golden tickets to hand out today instead of 4. I didn't realize that Clash Champs had already earned theirs. Judo with a 99.99%.
At least I'm not casting that match.
That's going to be an interesting one to cast for you, because you've got all your eggs in that one big basket there. But I think that it's a very nice basket to be holding. I got to agree with you that having taken the victory over Navi previously, holding strong on both offense and defense, that there's a very clear and decisive position there for the Clash Champs. But you just asked me a question about, I believe it was strut or maybe early attacks. In any case,
early attacks, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is also a team that performed very well last week, as we saw. It's kind of the momentum building into these stages that gives these teams a little bit more of a boost, a shot in the arm at feeling that they have the opportunity to continue to advance onwards. And it's the consistency of the performance as well. And frankly, sometimes the surprises that they're able to not just perform at a high level that we've come to expect from previous community events, because there's Clash events that are happening all the time throughout the year, fellas. If you are not watching these events, like if you're not tuned in over on, the Clash of Clans Esports page, or if you're not watching these teams as they progress through the year, you're missing out. But Chazmac EA, or early attacks as we're calling them, they have had a lot of success. They're coming from an organization with many years of experience in the Clash field. Every year is different, and they've built up a lot of excitement around their fan base this time around. I know specifically Eric has had their back quite a bit throughout this year. But yeah, I mean, taking wins over, I believe NJ Flex was a really tight one that I think I might have tilted toward NJ Flex on that one, but early attacks came out ahead. Just like every time I see them, I'm getting more and more impressed by their performance. And so I think that gives a lot of reason to believe that they are going to take the win as well this time around. But what do you think, Maxi?
Yeah, I agree in general. I mean, I picked those teams as well, Clash Champs and early attacks. But I think we should also focus on the teams that they're competing against, because we're not talking a lot about No Limit and HS Esports, even though both of these teams have impressed us a lot in their past matches. I think the biggest difference compared, between these two on the one hand and Clash Champs and early attacks on the other hand is indeed consistency. So for Clash Champs, as you guys said, we see them scoring 13, 14, 15 stars all of the time. Same went for early attacks, high scoring wars all over the board, while HS Esports, they had their high scoring wars, but they also sometimes just scored 11 or 12 stars. And the same goes for No Limit. But as Judo said at the very start today, it's a double elimination, so with just 2 victories, you get to the World Championship. So if you've come to this stage, you might as well just have these 2 good matches where you perform better than your average, and you'll be able to kick out one of the favorites. So in my opinion, HS Esports and No Limit, especially because they might be, say, the underdog in those matches, they will be well prepared and they will be ready to fight, even though their opponent might be better if you just look at the numbers.
Yeah, I think that's definitely an interesting point, because you do have to have the consistency through the bracket as well. There's obviously the individual matches, but HS Esport and No Limit obviously both gained access to stage 5 right at the end, just nipping that victory. What I obviously would say about early attacks, though, is they have the highest hit rate in terms of average damage of 96% across these teams. Strut has the exact same 96% total damage, but obviously their stars are where they maybe just fall short. So if they are able to dial it in for that extra couple of percentage, I could see them being very strong throughout this bracket here as well. So I just think it's going to be really interesting to see if the teams can hold it together through the different matches, and whether, as Woody alluded to at the start, whether teams that are able to grow into the tournament, maybe find their feet in the first match or so, whether they're actually going to be the ones that prevail in the end. I guess it's all speculation at this point, iTzu, but we'll be diving into it momentarily to find out exactly which teams are getting those victories.
Exactly, we're going to dive in just a second, but before that, a quick reminder from my side. the event troops, because we all know the new Clash Royale event is going on right now. It's incredible. There's so many new stuff which you can unlock, which you can farm and you can grind for. And obviously the event troops itself are here. They are not allowed in this competition as they might be a little bit strong in the hands of some of those players, to say that in this way. So they won't be used in today's competition, but you can obviously like use them to have some fun in the game and get some nice 3 stars. But let's start things off with our first match and get those stats ready and the teams going. So we have an incredible start for our first competition day of the final stage. TPM Esports versus United Gaming. The stats overall are pretty close, but you already said it. United looked really good always in their first matches, and TPM so far struggled always a little bit, Woody.
I guess you could say that. You know, TPM is a squad that, you know, doesn't have as high of a hit rate as United. United is a team that I feel like has swept under the radar. They were number 52 in stage 1, so kind of not an easy team to predict to make it this far. They were scoring mostly 12-star finishes in stage 2, you know, just kind of eking out wins here and there. But then stage 3, they really put the pedal to the metal. They came in undefeated with some 13-star wins. Last week in stage 4, they were taking 14-star wins over NJ Flex and Terrerit Warrior. So they have just only grown stronger as the weeks have grown longer. We now see them here in the final week before they can claim that golden ticket. And they're one of only 2 teams that was undefeated in both stage 3 and stage 4, right alongside Judo's favorite Clash champs. So a lot of great stuff to say about United with a 95.2% average destruction. They are looking extremely strong. Let's give our opponents, though, a good shot here and everything that we can say about them as well. TPM Esports took a win over Early Attacks, another super squad that has now advanced to stage 4. They took a 13-12 win over VN Ace, another team that was predicted by some of our casters to pick up quite a few victories and possibly advance. They've had tight victories as well, though, over ETX Titans on a 12-12 scoreline, so they fight tooth and nail to the end. And here is their lineup. It's going to be Marcelo MX, we've got Rami 07, Juanjo Fernandez, Hero, and finally it's Mohamed Marawi.
That's right, and Rami is the highest scoring player in this team with almost 75% hit rate, but let's take a look at their opponents. Let's take a look at United's roster and see what their hit rates and average destructions look like. We'll have that up for you in just a second, but keep in mind the scores that we're seeing just now for TPM Esports, they have been mostly around 50% except for Rami, as I said. Here we go with the United roster. Their captain, Janis, on the very left. Then we have Dani, E.T. Khan, Tashan Shawan, and Ohai. And especially look at the hit rates of those last 2 players. Over 70%. And it's just not one player, you know, that carries the team. It's 2 of them with such a consistent 3-star rate that is impressive. And I want to emphasize especially on Ohai, because we've seen him last week attacking with a very special strategy. He was bringing the Yeti Super Archer combination to the table, a strategy where you usually go from the side across the town hall, so he might run into the risk of a 1-star, especially now that his team could prepare for his attack. So I'm very excited to see if he can maintain this high hit rate today, Judo.
Yeah, 78% is super impressive. But like you said, now that the teams are getting whittled down to obviously just the 8 we have in stage 5, especially this first match, the opponent, you know who it's going to be. You can build the basis for it. So there is a higher risk of things going wrong if you do get baited. So that will definitely be something in these initial matches to look out for. But we're getting close to that first match, and we will, you know, be getting straight into it too. I'm excited to see what happens here.
That's right, we're getting ready for it as Woody and me are going to take this one. Maxi, Judo, we will see you guys later just after this match. But Woody, we're warming up. We're getting ready for the first match of today. You have went with United, I have went with TPM. Let's see who is going to make it, and let's see who's claiming that first victory, as every single win right now just means quite a bit of being one step closer to the golden ticket and one step closer to even more prize money.
One step closer, but they only need to take 2 steps and they have that golden ticket. They are almost there, and all of these teams can just taste it. We're going to take a look now at the poll, and the numbers are in. And what a blue wave we have crashing in. It is a 72% prediction for TPM Esports over United, with just 28%, a very clear and convincing selection from our viewers at home, which is right there in keeping with the casters up here. I was the only one sitting out for United. They clearly still do have a few fans in the chat rooting for them, but it's going to be a tricky one here, especially because we know that their opponents can predict against their unique style of attacking. As we heard Maxi talking about earlier, Yetis and Super Archers is not at all in the meta, but if you know that that's what's coming up against you, maybe do you find some way to design all 5 of your bases to try to deny that sort of attack? Or is that exactly what United wanted? Have they then baited out an awkward base design from their opponents?
That's always the big question, but one thing which we have seen rise over the last couple of weeks are the ring bases. The ring bases are just so annoying attack. They are really abusing the fact that the Rage Tower right now is just so strong. You're trying to stack as much as possible around it. And exactly the strategy you and Maxi highlighted. The Yetis with the Super Archers. And let's see how good this strategy actually works versus one of those ring bases.
Multi-target Inferno's going to start burning up on the outer edge. There's 2 of them closer to that town hall, but rolling through it first with that log launcher is going to be a great entry. Those are some long-range snipes from the Super Archers along the edges, but the bulk of the army is going to still be well protected by that Eternal Tome. Now rolling in straight toward the town hall. Those Rage Towers are up and active, burning away at the log launcher, the heroes, and getting quite a bit of damage in. A lot of these troops have been pathing toward the bottom of the base. I wonder if this Archer Queen can get up toward the top and take down that Multi-Inferno. That would be an extremely big pickup for Ohai, who definitely wants to finish that off quick and easy. He's getting a lot of spring trap damage taken, though, as Mohamed Morawi's traps are just really popping off against him, and he is just collapsing in the core of this base. He's been slowed down quite a bit, and it looks like the attack is over now. He still has a lot of bats, but he needs to finish off that multi-target Inferno.
Yeah, he's starting now with the bats on the left side because this is where not too much splash damage is, but I think he was hoping for more with his Royal Champion, but with those Tesla popping up, with those ground skeletons, this is really costing the power of his Royal Champion. Now it's this backup. There is the freeze. The Monolith is not doing that much. There's another freeze, but with the scatter shot, he has to freeze early, and he has to be really careful. With the Multi-Inferno Tower, there is no freeze left at this point.
It's not impossible, but I mean, with the multi and the scatter shot, there's just too much left that you would need to freeze. Doesn't get good targeting with the scatter, and even though a lot of defenses have gone down, he'll have an easy time for cleanup with a minute left. He's going to be left in, it's looking like probably the high 80s, maybe even low 90% 2-star out of this one. If that multi had gone down and he had been able to get a bit more damage, maybe off against that queen in the scatter over in the bottom right corner, he could have had a shot against this base. Ohai with a clever attack strategy that just can't always work against these bases that have been really well designed to shut it down. Nonetheless, it's going to come home with a respectable 2-star in the middling, maybe higher 80% if he can push it just a bit more up there. But that is going to be a loss for United right out of the gate, and giving TPM Esports the opportunity to return fire and come in over the top with a potential 3-star start of their own.
Yes, but this is for sure not what he was hoping for. And the attack looked really good in the beginning, especially with those open corners. I mean, those corners are open because they really want to mess up wall breaks. But in those ground attacks, it's most of the time not too bad because those troops can leave and enter the compartments as they want and can walk around really freely, which is not always a bad thing. But for this one, it did not work out. He was not able to get into most of the splash damage, and this has really cost him and his bats in the end. It's going to be a high percentage 2-star, but not what United was hoping for. Now it's back overall with their first attack back to TPM, and they have the chance of either starting off really strong or making this match really close already from the beginning. We have Rami, one of their best hit rate players in the entire team, going first. And if you have your first, like your strongest attacker going first, you need a good start. If he is failing, that would be not that good for the team, I would guess.
Well, it wasn't that good either for United. Their highest hit rate player, Elhai, missing out that first hit. They have really got to have their fingers crossed and hope that they can keep that performance up from last week where they picked up 14 stars. But they would need to go perfect from here on out. Rami is going to start with an early battle blimp, cruising all the way to the town hall. It's going to pop right over on top of that monolith, and with some invis and rage, those super minions are doing some amazing work, cloned work up as well, as he's just popping off on all cylinders now, firing away at the town hall, gets it popped up, activated. That is going to be the first star claim for Rami as he takes down a scatter shot as well into the core, even chipping away at quite a few additional buildings. That is a lot of value, but a big commitment early on. He only holds 1/3, a skeleton spell, and he's already used his Grand Warden as much as he possibly can. He's got to hope that the Super Barbarians here now on the outer edge are going to be able to pick apart these buildings without much defense. I'm just a little bit worried about the multi-target Inferno right there at that 7 o'clock position. It's pretty far into the wall. He really needs to get those heroes to go in deep to take it out.
Yeah, I think he's really hoping for his Royal Champion to get that out of the way so he cannot deal as much damage to his Queen and to his King. He has the Apprentice Warden in the mix as well, trying to buff the hit points of his outside troops, but this so far looks really good. He does not need any super wall breakers whatsoever with all of those open corners, which gives him even more super barbarians in the mix, and he has still spells on the back end because he has used the super minion and not the super archer blimp.
Diggy's popping in and out of the ground, having to deal with those skeletons. He's getting awfully low, though. Really want to try to keep him up. He is an excellent support for those heroes to get these big buildings stunned up. Huge scatter shot still in the top compartment to contend with, but he is holding on to those last two spells so admirably, waiting until the perfect moment to get the drop in there, making sure that these heroes are as best protected as they possibly can be. That King has gone down awfully low, only has a sliver of a hit point left, and it looks like with that Electro Titan right next to you is going to be charging into this top core compartment, and there it is. The freeze is down, knocks apart the enemy Queen. Scatter shot is engaged, chop it apart. The King's Phoenix has been popped. He is making his way to the very end, and Rami has done it with a Swag Queen ability to use. He has picked up a 3-star for TPM Esports.
What an incredible attack with this blimp opening, choosing the super minions and just taking the entire core out. Really nicely done. Really good spell placement and management around that monolith, making it sometimes invisible and sometimes not, really making sure that he's manipulating what those super minions are going to target. And because we are seeing this question quite a bit in the chat, a quick reminder for all of the viewers at home, we are not having the event troops allowed. So for example, the Barge, the Witch Golem, the Hawk Wizards, or for example the Lava Loon, all of those mashup event troops are not allowed in this World Championship, as well, that would be maybe a little strong in the hands of some of those players. As we are back to United, and it seems like that TPM has decided ring bases it is. Ring bases to make them cry. And now the question is the blimp going to cry or this base? Because the blimp is flying in with the Warden ability as well.
Well, it can't take any damage with that Eternal Tome up, and it looks like if you can't beat him, it's going to be time to join him, popping that blimp way down to the core. It's going to be a tornado trap to spin the Super Archers around, but they do stay inside the invisibility. They are raged up and firing away at the Town Hall for the first star. Let's see what they go after next. Targeting the enemy Royal Champion as well as that Expo. Might get a little bit of splash damage off into the Queen if they're lucky. Haven't quite managed to get it yet, but the enemy RC does go down. There's a big shot, boom, against that scatter shot, and it is finished off all the way. Upside is going to be some additional firepower dumped into that Wizard Tower, looks like. And on the top side, we even have an Electro Titan engaged with that enemy CC clump. Those Ice Golems are not going to be able to defeat her, even if she gets frozen up a little bit. And she's going to be soaking shots with Eagle Artillery now, which is going to be firing away from that bottom corner. As we move into the Super Barbarian stage of this attack for Khan, who is just fingers flying furiously over that device now, doing everything he can to get these Super Barbs deployed at the perfect spot, avoiding damage on his heroes, and trying to get that charge in onto the bottom side. I still see quite a few wall break opportunities here for him. Where do you expect to see those get dropped?
Right now, I feel like he's just trying to force his Queen and the King now into those open walls, which he just has like opened with his wall breaks. As you have highlighted the wall breaks, he's going to wall break into the Tesla farm as well on the right side, trying to really get as much damage out of the way as possible. And we have now the Queen and the Royal Champion working on those core buildings. The Blimp, it seems like, has gotten most of the value he was looking for, with the King tanking, the Royal Champ taking down the last multi-flowing tower, the Queen ability still intact. This looks really good. Only the Tesla farm and the defending Queen might have a chance of somehow turning this into a defense, which is not really looking good for TPM right now at all.
Yeah, snipe in there from the Headhunter, takes down the enemy Archer Queen, and she is going to be down for the count. Still holding on to his Queen ability of his own. Khan is going to be marching victoriously to the end of this space, still holding on to a few wall breakers just for fun, letting Diggy pop up and knock down that Wizard Tower. It is going to be obliteration as he has over 20 seconds left to finish this thing off, and he has done it. The 3-star claimed by United, and even if they might have slipped up out of the gate, they are not going to go down without a fight. Triple claimed here puts their total star count up to 5, and E.T. Khan, who had one of the lower hit rates for this squad, has pulled out a win for his team with a 2-minute and 33-second Super Archer Blimp into Super Barbarians. The Super Barch is extremely strong in the current meta, and picking apart these ring bases is going to be no problem at all for United as we switch back over to TPM and give Hero a chance at the batter's box.
Who is he going to attack, and what strategy is he going to use? As so far we have seen no ring base from United. I guess they would stick with their current setup of bases and their favorite style of base. So far in the meta at the moment, we see a lot of ring, a lot of box, a lot of anti-3. Like, we have seen a lot of different variety when it comes down to base designs. There's not like this one design which is used by everyone, as we already see with this first match happening. But who is he going to attack? Like, we're still waiting for him to decide, and then we're going to take a look at what strategy he is going to bring in the second attack of TPN. Can they get another 3-star on the board to put the pressure again on United, or are they getting then the first 2-star and would tie this match up? And it would be then important how high the percentage of that 2-star will be. Those are the questions, and let's hope that he's going in soon.
Should be soon. That's what the countdown on our screen is showing us here. Hero does have to make a selection and attack quickly, because we have timers for all of these players to make sure that we are progressing right on pace. TPM looking for another 3-star to stay up and ahead of United, but even a high percentage 2-star could keep them ahead on the percentage game if they do better than Ohai's attack was able to claim. Let's see now. Hero has brought in the dual hogs this time, super and regular, with a little bit of a kitchen sink complement. He's got 4 giants and 4 sneaky goblins as well, and Electro Titan to get some zippity zap. He's starting off with a donut right here in the middle to take down the monolith and the clan castle. That ought to work for him. Great placement on those spells so far, and those 2 big key structures do go down. Spends a fair bit there, but it looks like it is going to be value well worth it as Hero sets up now for the next stage of the attack over on the right side corner. Flame Flinger is going to be firing away on that bottom side against defenses that just do not have the range to compete with it. Enemy Archer Queen pops over the wall, and that's good news for Hero, whose Barbarian King is just going to slice and dice her up in just a couple of hits. And more good news as he sets up for the remainder of this attack, pushing into the right side compartment. He's going to have a C shape remaining on this base after he finishes off this right side scatter shot and knocks apart a few more defenses. That is ideal for these hogs to path away of destruction, probably from the top side to take down the town hall first, and then counterclockwise along down toward the bottom. That does leave the Eagle Artillery up until the very end, though. Do you expect that the troops in this clan castle will be able to finish it off?
I mean, first we have to wait if the Queen actually can finish off the town hall, as the hogs are going to be sent in. The Queen is not going to get the town hall whatsoever, so the town hall is going to be... I mean, he's just investing the invisibility. He has 1 more freeze, which he's going to use. Is that going to be enough? There is a rage up builder working. He has to heal. And,
another freeze.
Save his troops at the same time as well. Really nice multitasking for him. But now we have the Hogs encountering the last major defense with that scatter and the defending Tesla farm and the Royal Champion. The skeleton spell, though, is a perfect distraction right now, as all of those Hogs are swarming into the last couple of defenses with the multi-front tower and the King now. having to somehow stop those hogs because they are just swarming the backhand with the Lizard and the Roy team alive. I would think this is another 3-star for TPN. Great attack, great multitasking with the freezes on the Town Hall and the perfect placement of the spells for the Hogs. Nicely done. And well, he's getting yet another 3-star, and they're up now with another star still, with going 2 attacks and 6 stars.
Magnificent, monstrous mayhem from Hero, up and above with these hogs, hopping over walls and smashing through with perfect spell placement. Surprised even me. I didn't think that the Queen was gonna be able to take that Town Hall down, but with the spell support, she sure did. Knocked it apart and just got great value on that left corner as well. Caught a couple of enemy skeleton traps, which can cause some problems for the Hogs. But it turned out he had the heal spell just in time and perfectly placed to ensure that they stayed topped off through that incoming chip damage. Royal Champion able to stab down those bony boys and ensure that they could make it all the way to the very end for the triple. It is going to be 6 stars total now for TPM Esports, holding a dominant spot above United Gaming into the mid-game, especially with such high-scoring wars we've seen so far. United, even with a triple of their own here, would not have come out in ahead. So we'll see if Giannis, with dual hogs of his own, can get the work done now. He's going to be dropping those healers, holds on to the recall spell, as we can expect to see another corner poked and prodded by this Archer Queen before he sets up into the hoggy heaven mode. He's going to get some more snipe damage over here in the bottom, pulls out the CC, rage up the Queen, and that'll be able to take it out with a poison spell, no problem at all. Just spending his time here, slowly and surely making his way into the space, iTzu.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised by the choice of this strategy, because typically like ring bases are known for having like a rough time versus super arch up limbs if the attacker is like knowing where to land and like how to avoid traps and everything. Or super bowlers, for example, they're working really well as well. Instead, they're meant to be a counter to Queen Charge Twin Hogs, for example. So really surprised that he's bringing exactly this strategy to the mix, even with the recall spell. But maybe he is having something crazy for us in store. Maybe he's going to recall the Super Hogs from the core to somewhere different. We will see in just a second, because so far he has not recalled his Queen, and he has placed all of the healers, which is to me more speaking for like a hog recall. I guess time will tell, because it's only 1 minute and 30 seconds left.
This is just kind of bizarre. He has spent so much time on this Queen charge at the bottom, only got a quarter of the base finished off with over half of his available time. He now has 1 minute and 20 and still hasn't deployed his hogs yet. I mean, they can go pretty quickly through a base, but what are you spending all this time for, chunking away at the bottom? Finally, the troops make their way in, and with 1 minute and 10 seconds left, they're going to have to go on an absolute blitz campaign in order to finish this thing off. The Eternal Tome is popped, and the Battle Blimp is going to make it all the way to the center, claiming the Town Hall for the 1st and 2nd star back to back. But wow, these hogs are really going to have to bring a wave of destruction from the left to the right, and on top of that, he's got a lot of cleanup left to do, and he's still holding on to this recall spell. I have no clue how he intends to use it, but it's a big investment to drop in there and not quite have ready just on or used at any clear point. Mystifying to me would be the word I would use here. And okay, now it's dropped. He pulls the heroes to the outside edge. Was that value there, iTzu?
I would say no. I think like 2 freezes, for example, would have been more value. That would be my assumption. And especially with time ticking, I don't see this attack going to finish in a 3-star. Overall, to me, a big question mark when it comes down to the plan and what he was planning on doing with this recall. Maybe wrong spell? I mean, that would be surprising, because I mean, he already was on the World Championship last year, so he should know how all of this works. But maybe we missed something. Maybe he tried something which did not go to plan. But either way, it is going to be a defense for TPN. Giannis not getting things done for United. And now TPN could pull ahead really far if they can 3-star yet another time. They are so far perfect. They're so far 2 attacks in and 2 3-stars. Can Marcelo now do this yet again with his next attack?
Well, I gotta say, I feel like I was pretty hard on Giannis there. He did come away with a 2-star 92%, so he came very close to the win there. It was actually just wind up being a time fail ultimately. But I gotta say, yeah, the possibility of swapping out that recall spell for a couple of other more useful spells and just getting those hogs deployed a little bit sooner might have been enough to push him over the edge. As it stands though, TPM Esports are gonna be in a dominant lead as we move into the mid-war now and see Captain Marcelo out here with a beautiful hat up top showing off his commanding skills as he gets started off with a queen charge in the bottom side of the space, knocking apart these defenses and setting up for the hybrid army. It's going to be miners supporting the Hog Riders this time, just to make sure that no heroes or skelly traps provide too much of a difficulty for those hogs as they make their way through. It's going to be a quick pop out of the CC. It's going to be rocket loons, in fact, with super minion support. Lots of big damage getting dropped in here on the bottom side of the base, and he's got to be very careful with those poison spells. He does knock apart those rocket loons, but the queen ability has been forced, iTzu.
Yeah, queen ability is forced, but hey, the clan caster is out. The apprentice warden has survived as well. At this stage, he's trying to make sure that this queen is staying inside and staying versus this town hall, because the town hall has to go down. At this then is the go timing for him to start with his hybrid. He's having a really wide spread on those hybrid troops, having the miners, having everything going in, and there's even the Tesla farm making this entry even more wide, which is not optimal. Well, let's see if it's going to mess up too badly with a lot of traps. And he has to as well multitask, because this queen is under a lot of threat with encountering the defending warden and defending monolith, one of the highest single target damage defenses in an entire base.
But with raged up healers and perfect positioning on that invisibility and then a freeze, she is finally going to get the revenge shots that she's looking for. Monolith goes down and she is looking healthy along the bottom side of this base as the hogs and miners cruise to victory upside on the top. A raged up multi gets a heal spell to answer it, and that is going to be a top off for all these attacking forces. Marcelo looking calm and ready to push onward as he only has one more big compartment left to deal with. His queen has gone down, and the healers are not going to be able to reposition for any support. The enemy queen now popping off against these hoggies, but the miners combined with the royal champion there ought to be enough to finish her off. Oh man, she's putting up quite a bit of resistance, still hanging on. But I think will finally go down, and with the remaining cleanup troops, Barbarian King chopping off the back, you see a clever salute from Marcelo showing his device there to give further proof and evidence that he has been the one to finish this base off. TPM Esports with a big thumbs up are going to claim another triple, and they are perfect so far in this war. iTzu, a tic-tac-toe start, all 3 in a row over these defenses from United, which have just been shattered.
And like, this to me is even more impressive that he did all of this on a phone. I mean, like, doing a queen charge to turn of 15 is already quite challenging, but doing that on a phone and multitasking like he did, wow, that is really, really impressive. Really nice attack right there, bringing the queen charge Hog Rider, the queen charge hybrid attack with the mines together and making sure that he's completely taking that base out. And well, it's now back to United. They are having problems so far with really getting their couple of first 3 stars in. Only 1 so far on the board for them, and we have Danny attacking next. And he has the 3-star. Actually, both of the last attackers of United have the 3-star, and they have to hope for some great defenses to make sure that they're getting this win and getting 1 step closer to the golden ticket. But right now, well, we have another attack and another ring base, and this time around it's going to be a Zap Lalo. Are you kidding me? Okay. I don't know if they don't like Super Bowlers. Maybe none of those players are playing Super Bowlers. This would be incredible, really incredible job from the preparation team of the TPM guys, because if they have seen, okay, none of those players are playing Super Bowlers, that's why we're using ring bases, that would have been a really, really smart choice right there. And Super Archer Blimpers, those type of bases with so many open spaces in the middle, they are quite risky. There a lot of things can go wrong. It's kind of like a coin toss. If you're hitting the wrong location, all of your Super Archers are gone. This is why we don't see it that often versus those rings with all of those open areas. But he's going with the, well, Zap Lalo, which is surprising as well. Let's see if it's going to pay off.
You saw Danny wiping the sweat off of his hands before he started this attack. He really knows that the pressure is on right now because he just needs to do everything he possibly can to try to get this team up to 13 stars. A triple here and in the last attack would be enough, but even then, TPM Esports would still be able to get 13 on their own with just 2-star finishes. So it would have to require a big ask for them to be able to finish off for the win somehow here. Danny does knock apart that bottom left side of the base, and with that zap earlier on, got out a multi-target Inferno and is going to find potentially another one with the Queen charging her way in. Does catch the enemy Super Minion's attention though, and it looks like she is going to be down for the count. More bad news for Danny as the Super Minion surviving means it's going to be additional damage stacked onto the Royal Champion now, distracting her and forcing out the shield. She does pop it off against the multi, but it is not finished off, and there's just no good news as he continues to try to path his way into the core of the space. Town Hall going down, but a spinning around effect for the balloons as they are caught into a tornado, twisting them into just an absolute wave of destruction as splash damage aplenty has been pounding away at these troops the entire time. A late free spell now from Danny as he tries to salvage this raid. Lots of pups are going to be raining hellfire across the right side of the base, and that's the last thing he's got going for him, hoping that they can somehow take down the scatter shot and finish off that wizard tower. It's looking a little bit better now as the haste spell is going to be able to get them over onto target, and he is pushing into the last corner of this base, but still an air defense on the bottom side and an archer tower to plink away at these troops. They don't have a whole lot of hit points, and they're just going to go down one by one. It's coming awfully close, iTzu.
He has 2 loons. He can use those 2 loons to take down the arch tower. He has 2 archers as well for the back end. And with the owl, with the warden, with the time he has left, this should be enough. And somehow he powered through getting this 3-star for his team. Really nicely done. He's not really celebrating though. Like, come on, like you just 3-starred of ring base with Zap Lalo. Like, this is not easy. But okay, he takes it. He's fine with that. Totally all okay. But now it's back to TPN. And as we already said, United, they need 2 defenses now. Otherwise, this match is still in favor of TPM because they were just so good in the first 3 of their attacks.
That was a really tricky finish. Not the sort of overwhelming destruction that we've seen in the previous attacks from TPN. Nonetheless, United did do enough there to claim a triple. And that is going to be a sigh of relief for Danny as he now knows that he has done everything he can possibly do to get his team into the win column for this one. But he's got to hope that the defenses hold up now. He's watching Juanjo Fernandez moving in next with Mass Dragons. A couple of Dragon Riders too to get some more targeted damage onto defenses, holding on to 2 Rocket Loons, catches that Tesla farm out the right side corner, and that could spell some trouble for him. He was hoping to be able to snipe that air defense easy and get some more damage chipped off onto the right side. It looks like maybe his plan has changed now as he's going to hit the left side instead, knocks apart that air defense, and with the defending Queen not able to deny those Rocket Loons a shot off at the beginning, he's going to get a nice start here. Top side corner is going to see that Archer Queen plinking away with those healers to support. No recall spell, so it's going to be all up to these rages to keep her alive for a very, very long time. I don't know how deep she can go, but she can get a lot of work done here, and is going to be a great sidekick for this Dragon army, which is just powering through the top side now, engages the enemy Archer Queen and will pop her down really early. Rages as well aplenty, although that top one, I don't know if it's going to get very much value as the Dragons are pathing more toward the bottom and into the interior now as the blimp makes its way to the Town Hall. Rage that up as well for another star, iTzu.
Yeah, I'm just so confused. We have seen already this base getting 3-starred from TPM earlier with Queen Charge Hybrid, if I remember correctly. So I'm a little bit confused, but maybe just the channel section is completely identical. We don't know, but they have decided to go with a different strategy. The Town Hall is already out, but it's now all about the back end, all about getting more percentage and getting closer to a 3rd star. With the Tesla farm again in the same location as it was last time. Remember, there's going to be a lot of traps in there. Giant bombs, skeleton traps, this is what all is in there. If the traps are even the same as the last attack. And with that, there's quite a bit on the back end. But he has 3 heroes with 2 abilities. And the question now is this going to be strong enough with even healers covering his queen?
I will never underestimate these heroes again. The higher the Town Hall gets, the bigger the level these heroes are, the more destructive firepower they bring in with even just them. Those abilities that they can pop at the end to bring in even more barbs, archers, and keep the pressure going. Looks like it is going to be enough. Juanjo Fernandez on the bottom side of space. Ooh, catches quite a few traps in that bottom corner like you were mentioning. The heroes are taking a beating as now the king out in front has just been brought way far down, but the queen still with her ability left and with a full health royal champion with Diggy to support has just been pummeling away at these defenses. It is going to be another clean and easy 3-star, all but guaranteeing victory for TPM. Just keep your heads on straight, fellas, and that is going to be a win for y'all. United can cap out at 13 stars, even if they triple out this next strike, and with TPM coming away with 12 out of their first 4 attacks. Perfect so far. The Connect 4 means that they'll just need a 2-star to finish things off and get a walk-away win. It looks like TPM are going to carry the day unless there is an absolute stunner of an upset in the last 2 attacks here.
Yeah, really strong attacking, beating that base now twice with 2 different strategies. Let's see if we see it yet again in the last attack. But now we're back to United. We're back now to one of their top hit rate attackers. Let's see what he's going to come in with, and let's see what the last base is looking like, because we have already seen the ring bases are the style of base which we have seen from TPN the most, and they were quite successful so far, holding United back to quite a few 2-stars overall.
Tashan Shawan showing off those big old guns and ready to be the pitch hitter for United Gaming. Moving in at the very last moment to try to get some clutch up. But still, I mean, down by 2 stars against a TPM squad that has yet to find any difficulty with taking these bases down. I think he has got to be a little bit demoralized about the task that is still ahead for his team in the lower bracket. Archer Queen up top is going to get plenty of healer support, and with the recall spell ready to drop as well, that's going to be another angle of attack before he sets up with the Super Dragons, looking for as much damage as he can get off under those air defenses and any other key defenses like that multi-target Inferno. It's a bit awkward though, as the Queen's been kind of pathing away to the outside and letting that multi get some damage off against the healers, and he recalls. What did he get off the top that was so worth it to drop the Archer Queen up there? He didn't get the multi, he didn't get the air defense. He didn't even engage the... I'm a bit confused here, iTzu.
I guess it was just mainly for pathing, setting things up, and overall, like, it's a really big question mark to me right now, as he's like walking his healers into the multi-inferno tower. If he planned on having Queen going ability, I don't know what is going on, but like this plan makes no sense whatsoever. You have no poison, so you want to avoid the clan castle. You're charging first, further away from the clan castle, recalling then into the clan castle, letting your Queen die through the ability. I am so confused right now what is going on from one of the highest hit rate players of United. I don't know, but I guess props to the base builder.
Well, that is what we do like to say whenever the defenses are holding up in an unexpected way. The Queen got recalled up from the top, having gotten very little value, and then just kind of got thrown away on the bottom side of the base. Barbarian King not coming in time to protect her, and with the core still holding a raged up monolith, firing away at these super dragons and heroes all the way through. This is looking very much like it is going to be a defense for Juanjo Fernandez, keeping United at just an ever-vanishingly 12-star finish. They have just been evaporated. United did not get any 12-star finishes recorded at all from Stage 4. In fact, they were 14 stars the whole way through. In Stage 3, they only had one 12-star finish. It was over Badzinger, but their defenses held up a lot better against Badzinger. Against them, they had only one 3-star loss. So I don't know what happened this week from United. I was, rooting for them. I thought they had a great shot at taking the win here, but with a 12-star finish now, Tashan Shawan still leaves a bit to be desired from this team, with TPM Esports having just as many stars and only needing now to get 1 star to finish this thing off. The top 2 hit rate players for United both getting 2-star finishes and giving quite an impressive performance for their mid-range, boosting up the hit rate for some of their other players who hadn't quite always scored triples in the past. It's going to be an interesting run for them through the bottom bracket, but it is not going to be a clear, and I mean, it's not a good day for United so far, iTzu. We can say that much.
Yeah, not the best day for them so far, but hey, let's focus on the positive things. Can TPM go perfect? I know this question sometimes already is a bit problematic, but they have so far showed incredible attacks, and now they are up again with the queen charge Lalo from Mohammed, and he is getting his queen further in from the top side, trying to charge her into that scatter compartment and trying to really get the value he's looking for with this queen charge.
Rage is up the top, and if it's all up to Mohammed Rarawi to get a perfect war, let's see if he can pull it off. He envises the enemy royal champion so that the queen, I guess, can get a bit more chip damage done in there before she has to engage. Looks like the RC wasn't going to be popping off that early, though, yet. So I'm a bit intrigued by his decision there to do that. It still looks like the queen's going to be nice and safe, though, as she makes her way toward the top side with some support as well from the king now. And the CC pull is going to be good. It's a lot of archers coming on out so far. Holds on to his poison spell just a bit longer. He's going to let the queen do the damage here with that big old modified expo she carries. Rage spell up on top for those healers as well, as the positioning is quite perfect. The rest of the CC comes out, and it's going to be rocket loons. The poison is out to try to finish those off, and the queen will stay up and healthy. Great job dropping that rage spell just late enough to ensure that that massive damage that would come from those rocket loons is denied. Eel artillery not going to cause any problems for the queens at all, and it is going to be the eternal tome popped early enough to keep that battle blimp safe over onto the town hall for the first star to be claimed. Mohammed Marawi freezing that town hall up, and I guess the balloons are going to be able to pop into it just as quickly as he had hoped, but the Yeti mites are going to be... Oh, not enough! The town hall stands!
Town Hall stand, the Royal Champion Shield is not going for the Town Hall, so the Town Hall is going to go down, but it has cost him quite a bit of damage. The Royal Champion is going down now because of that. He has another wave of loons from the bot side, but the Warden is not following, so all of those extra hit points on the loons are missing. The Warden slowly is making its way towards that, but it's going down. And with the Queen not really getting any further because she has no ability left anymore, this looks like the first defense. So United not going to get that, well, last 3-star in. TPM not getting that 3-star, but United defending once, but the winner is clear. TPM with an incredible performance on offense, 14 stars, really strong attacks, and this means they're one step closer to the golden ticket.
Well, you saw it in chat. Cigar Shah said that this was the most one-sided war we are going to get this weekend. That might be true, in fact, as we now have a 2-star victory for TPM Esports on a 14-12 scoreline. 96.4% average destruction for all of these players. Mohammed Marawi coming up a little bit short in the end, looking for a victory lap. But he got a bit of an awkward finish there against that Town Hall, not able to take it down early enough to guarantee the 15-star perfect war that TPM Esports was looking for. Still, they'll only need one more victory tomorrow in order to get that golden ticket. They are within spitting distance, iTzu, and have got to be very excited about their victory today. Defeating United Gaming, a squad that went undefeated, again, I'll say it, in stage 3 and 4, and then just coming up, not just short by a little bit, but by quite a bit today. A bit of an underwhelming performance from them, and I hate to be so harsh on them, but United were doing so well up until today. You know, I gave them the prediction tip of the hat here, but you ultimately had it better in your prediction skills, and so did the other two casters. I think we'll be able to bring them back soon. But tell me, what is your first... I'll go to Maxi then. What is your first reaction coming back in now?
Yeah, well, it was an intense match there, but very crazy in the end. I feel like the most exciting thing was whether TPM would be able to get the perfect war, but unfortunately in the end there, with the Town Hall not going down, Marawi just didn't have the edge to do that. But yeah, it was quite a how should I say? It was a little bit surprising, I don't know, because using the same base 2 times is a little bit unusual, but maybe they had a big game plan that we are not aware of.
Yes, I mean, personally, I think it is interesting. Perhaps they move traps around, you know, we can speculate, but at the end of the day, TPM did what they needed to do. They showed up and they smashed those bases. They really deserve the victory, and good on them. I look forward to seeing, you know, them taking that momentum into the future matches as well, iTzu.
Yeah, that's right. And overall, like, the game plan from TPM, I like that quite a bit with the ring bases, because overall ring bases, they make attacking in those one attack formats really annoying, especially for the pro players. As a pro player, you're trying to have as much control within your attacks as possible, right? Like, this is where pros like to use those queen charges, even though they're just so insanely hard to pull off. Or Lalo attacks, for example, because if you fail in 99.9% of the attacks, as you like to say with Clash Gems, it's your fault if you mess things up. With other attacks, like, there's always this little random factor going on as well. This is why those attacks then might not get used that often in the pro scene in general. And those ring bases are bringing a lot of randomness into the attack, and this is why a lot of times they are really risky to attack and why things can go bad so quickly. So overall, really interesting, and I would love to see them obviously moving forward with like the next days, tomorrow, and in general the next matches which we're going to watch, if other teams are going the same direction of using ring bases and maybe overall bringing this style of base. But that's going to be something which we are going to see in the future in the next couple of matches, as this was only the first match today. We have still plenty more of action coming, Woody, and this is looking quite nice with a lot of good teams.
Yeah, a lot of exciting Clash in action today, and you're going to see the development of the metagame progressing once again. We heard earlier from Maxi that he was excited to see some Yeti Super Archer action here, but ultimately, the defensive meta is going to be able to hold off against that attack from Oye, and I think that just proves once again that there is a clear reason why the offensive strategies that have been deployed by the rest of these attackers, often with dual hogs or lava loon or mass drags, there's a reason why they're so popular. But anyways, I'm going to be stepping out of this one. Congratulations to the Clash Champs, which are now the only undefeated team through stage 2, 3, and 4 up top. They're not going to be playing in this next match, but it's going to be Strut versus VN Esporting.
That's right, Woody. Thank you very much. It's going to be Judo and me from here on. And for now, we're going to take a look at the teams preparing. We have all 10 player cameras active. We can see a little bit of stretching up there from Exo Danny, and we can see lots of thinking across the board. And we can also see the stats here in the center of the screen. We have Strut with a slight advantage on the average, but just a 0.3 star advantage over Judo, over VN and Judo. I don't think that such a slight advantage on the stats can say much about the outcome of a match, right?
No, I mean, they are very close. I'm sure they do have a slight advantage over my stats, but it's such a beautiful screen there, actually, to see all of the players preparing, a couple of them looking very comfy and relaxed. But we have the Strut lineup first with Ast, Philip, Darkstar, Mask, and Rigor Torres, so lots of experience on their team. And obviously, they were so close to a perfect war last weekend as well in their matchup with HS Esport, so it'll be interesting to see what they can do here versus VN Esporting.
That's right, and here we have their roster. It's Demo, iPro, Exo Danny, Alec, and Hawk, and they have some impressive hit rates. None of those players a hit rate with less than 50%, and Exo Danny in the lead here with a 73% hit rate, so we definitely have to keep an eye out for his attack. As you can see the timer in the bottom right of your screen running down, that means we're just seconds away from the first attack in this match, and I'm very excited to see who will have to start us off here. And yeah, if they can get the 3-star that their team needs, because I think the first attack definitely sets the tone for the match, Judo, right?
Oh, totally. If you can come out of the gates with that 3-star and just, you know, get the momentum on your side, put the pressure on out of the gates, it's obviously going to be helpful. But likewise, we have a caster duo that have picked slightly different options for this one. Myself going with Strut, you going with VN Esporting. So here we go. It is Danny attacking first with the Queen Charge Lalo. We did have iTzu discussing why the pros like to use the Queen Charge Lalo, with it being very controllable and in your hands, shall we say. And instantly, Queen going the wrong way, so he has to redirect her with the invisibility spell.
Yeah, but great job here. We see as Exodani attacking. Okay, for a second we saw Hawk there down in the bottom of your screen. Now we have Exodani, and we can. This looks a little bit more concentrated, this phase here, and we see a blimp being sent into the town hall. I wonder where his queen is stepping. Is she going inside or will she go around? She goes around. That's what he intended, and the town hall is down. So everything going according to plan so far.
Yeah, getting that clan castle pull as well, vitally important so that he can take that down. Obviously, the Archer Queen can keep well away from the monolith and that damage at this stage. All looking well, and I always feel once you get a good start to the attack, it really takes the pressure off the player a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. This air expo is a little bit of a pain for Exodani here. It killed the unicorn off. Now it's on, was on a healer, killed it. Now it's on the second healer. Finally, Queen steps out of range. That will give his Queen charge a little less power, but now it's all about the Lalo. With 1 minute and 20 on the clock, that is enough to get a Lalo through. These attacks do develop quickly, but everything has to go according to plan, and he has to have some of the Lava Loon troops survive. He's got 3 free spells, but that is all there is to get through these raged up defenses in the core of the base, and a Royal Champion still in the back. He's not looking too happy here.
Yeah, I mean, I think he wanted his queen a little bit further to try and get at least one of those Inferno towers. You can see the wall breaker gave him access, but with time ticking, he kind of had to start the Lalo as well, so they do take huge damage, and it's really whether they have enough strength to get through the back of the base here. He's still got the queen ability though, so a decent chance of getting this.
Yeah, there is definitely still a chance of getting this. It depends on a little bit, okay, on the split of the archers. Oh no! I was just about to say some archers go to the Clancaster in the core, but unfortunately those archers were all killed by the giant bomb, so this will definitely be a time fail. And now basically the question is if he can get all the buildings on the left side, which would come down to a 99% time fail. But no, we can see his disappointment in the bottom right. I think that definitely, as you said, he wanted the queen to move a little bit quicker and get this multi-inferno out of the way before he moves in there with his Lalo troops. But really, his Lalo did like he was playing alongside one flank, and he didn't even get to the middle of this flank. And same goes for the Royal Champion. She died out so quickly. Yeah, so definitely not the start that VN Esporting wanted with their best hit rate player coming in with a fail, like a non-3-star out of the back. And especially for me, of course, as I voted for in my prediction for them, a big disappointment.
Well, I mean, he's still got the 92%, so I guess it's right across over to Strut to see what they can do with Darkstar. We do have a Lava Loon attack, but 2 Ice Hounds, interestingly, here. Starting with the Zap method, just taking out a portion of the base with the Lightning Spells and Earthquake. Then a Bowler to funnel here, or actually 2 Bowlers. I always like to see that for a funneling method.
Yeah, so do I. Very good job here by Darkstar, and I think it worked out exactly as he intended. Now, the Skeleton Spell doing some nice tanking there for his king, but eventually the king goes into this compartment, takes out the Monolith, and is now working on the Eagle Artillery, and this is looking very good. I wonder what he's trying to get. Okay, the Lock Launcher coming into the direction of the Ground Bow and the Multi-Inferno. So I think getting the Multi-Inferno is definitely one of his goals, and maybe even taking out the Scatter Shot with his Queen.
Yeah, Queen quickly gets down that rocket balloon so the log launcher can get 1 or so more logs through. Like you said, trying to get that Multi-Inferno, but unfortunately, the Archer Queen peeling off to the side and the Battle Builder repairing that. It's going to be tricky in order to get that down, which obviously he did intend before sending in this Lava Loon.
Yeah, the biggest problem there was, I think, that the Builder Hut in the Eagle compartment was still up, because the King wasn't able to take it out. The Yetis out of the Lock Launcher moved in there rather than into that multi-inferno compartment, which was already open. But right now it's about the Town Hall takedown. Darkstar used an early warden ability, but his balloons find themselves trapped in the Tornado Trap. He reacts quickly there with a free spell, but is now running out of Lava Loon troops quickly. So it really depends on if he can get into this Scatter Shot in a good angle with some balloons coming in from different sides.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a good split on them, and thankfully the scatter shot was actually on the ice pups for a little bit. He took a decent amount of damage there, so not quite going to get that down. Like you said, he popped that Warden ability early, which is great to help you get the Town Hall, but then it's just too tricky to get back out of the other side when you just have those balloons. We've still got minions cleaning up. Remember, it was 92% from VN Esporting. This is going to be pretty much the same, I think.
It might be a time fail after all. He's got 40 seconds. I think he can still 3-star this, to be honest. It depends a little bit on the damage of the clan castle. If he can get the owl to take on the clan castle, he will get the splash damage from the owl, or like the lightning damage from the clan castle onto the multi-inferno, and it's already been damaged by the royal champion. So I think he will get the multi-inferno with 2 or 3 owl shots. Let's go. 1. No! Oh no, it's not connecting. It's the 2-tile difference. I didn't see that, so he does not get that off. Okay, Judo, it's coming down to time, really.
Yeah, super close. So the multi didn't actually get repaired all of the way up. I thought it had been repaired back. 98%, so close to that 99. Will that become, pivotal towards the end? We've seen closer matches, haven't we? But that does give Strut a slight lead, but no one really going to be overconfident at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because he was so close to getting the 3-star. If his cleanup would just have been across the map a little bit differently, he could have taken out these outer buildings and he would have gotten a 3-star. And having the lead with 6% is nice, but having a whole star is an entire different story. But anyways, just 1 attack in for each team, no 3-stars so far, and a man to do that now for VN Esporting is Alec, a former MS Esports player who's been at last year's World Championship, and he's coming in with a Queen Charge recall into Super Dragons.
Yes, he has over a 50% hit rate, and 94% has been his average throughout these stages. So let's take a look at what he's going to do with this Archer Queen. Has the recall spell, and he's held on to one of those healers, so perhaps once this multi goes down, maybe a couple of other defenses, he will be recalling that Queen. And I always like this approach, just setting up the funnel for those Super Dragons to move through. He's got that Stone Slammer selected. And basically, we're just waiting at this point. Just about got the Builder Hut there. Just waiting in order to set up the funnel and send those Super Dragons towards the Town Hall. Interesting approach down to the bottom here to get that air defense.
I agree. I guess that's what he's doing, and it's also interesting the way that the Queen will go now. I think he wanted to try to wall break her into the ground expo so she can reach the multi-inferno. However, they popped a little Tesla on the left side, which could be a problem for his wall breaker targeting. But now let's take a look at the Town Hall, because he really needs his Super Dragons and the Slammer troops to get in there, even using an invisibility spell, but everything so far pathing away from that Town Hall.
Yeah, he used the invisibility spell to try and push the Super Dragons up to the Town Hall, and then a bunch of them backtracked, unfortunately, but he does now get the Town Hall. However, there's so much damage in the middle, Maxi. Look at the Rage Tower now pops off with the multi, the monolith. These Super Dragons are taking so much damage.
Yeah, they are. I wonder if he used the wall break now. That would give his Queen access to basically everything, but he's not using it. Okay, now he's depending on that Super Dragon to take out the monolith. Can it get it? No, and that will be a big problem for his Queen, and he doesn't even have a Royal Champion anymore, Judo, so I feel like... Oh, he does have a Royal Champion. She was just not in the screen. She's coming in from the left side now, and the ground ball is actually a perfect target for her, because it gets immediately stunned by the Diggy, and the Queen is tanking the scatter shot, so there's a slight chance, but I think, oh no, with the double Skelly Trap it is running out, because this Royal Champion unfortunately did not get any more value.
Yeah, good reaction to try and instantly pop that Royal Champion ability, protect his Queen a bit, but had the Super Dragons have got a little bit further through the middle, took out the Clan Castle so they didn't come across to the Archer Queen, maybe even got that monolith, there's not too much more that he would have had to deal with. He wouldn't have had to rush the RC ability. Just Super Dragon splitting initially, not quite getting that value. But that's where, you know, I'm not really a Super Dragon player myself, to be honest. It always amazes me when people can really identify how far they get through the base. Not quite Elix's attack for that one. 80%, a little bit lower than he would have been expecting.
Yeah, definitely not the start that VN wanted. Two players who had a 73 or a 56% hit rate respectively, and both of them coming out of the gate with just 2 stars. But in the end, it is still Strut that have to take advantage of that bad start, and they can only do that if they get 3 stars themselves. And the first attack did not go their way. Now it is up to Philip to make it work in his and their second attack.
Yes, has the Electro Titans for this one. A Giant and the Flame Flinger at the very north of the screen. Giant to tank so the Flame Flinger can get that cannon and then get to work. Presumably he's going to keep an eye on that so he can tank for the Mortars momentarily as well. Archer Queen going to be able to dive straight in towards the enemy Queen and very quickly using those Raged Barbarians to help set the funnel.
Ooh, and that invisibility spell was perfectly timed, otherwise the Queen would have lost her ability there. He needs to probably use another spell soon because the Raged Up Expo and Scattershot, okay, can do devastating damage. Oh, he is indeed recalling the Queen. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't see that recall spell in there before, but he will now wait maybe a little bit so the Rage Tower runs out, and then he will send the Queen into this left side where he wall broke.
Yeah, just making sure that the Flame Flinger can get that value up top first. He's using this for pathing before then sending his Queen in. So there we go. Electro Titans from that west side of the base. Barbarian King going to help them in. And the Archer Queen with the healers now there to support as well. Just setting up that beautiful pathing for them to move right into the middle of the base there. And obviously the Electro Titans, they're not going to worry about the CC too much, Maxi.
Yeah, really well done, and yeah, you're right, there is a damage CC. Usually we often see, or like we often see these days, Hound Clan Castle troops or triple Ice Golems, and they can really hold back the Electro Titans as they get frozen up or have to take out the Hound first. But in this case, a damage CC is not a big threat for this specific attack strategy. That's why it didn't really slow him down. Now all of the troops are inside of the Town Hall, and it depends now if some healers can survive the Town Hall poison and will still be able to heal up those troops. But it's looking, so far, it's looking extremely good for Philip.
Yeah, he's got to save some spells for the back end of the base here as well with that multi-target Inferno. The enemy king coming across to engage, but he's celebrating already with that freeze spell to mitigate the damage. Healers onto the Electro Titans, and he's still got abilities as well. It's just timing it. Keep calm to make sure you get that 3-star and give yourself the lead.
Yeah, that's right. He is celebrating, and I think there's no doubt, even though he still gets a couple of buildings to take down, 30 seconds is more than enough, and he knows that already. He could even react with an invisibility spell. Oh, yeah, that's what we like. A finish in style there with the Royal Champion ability, taking down the very last buildings. And that is the reaction that Strut wanted. That is the 1-star differential, the 1-star advantage for them. And now the pressure is really on VN Esporting.
Yeah, exactly, especially because Strut had that higher percentage in the first attack as well, and obviously VN Esporting's second attack only being 80%, a very good lead for Strut at this point. 3 attacks to go though. We've still got a lot of things that can happen, and as you correctly said in your prediction, Maxi, there's a lot of experience on this team.
That's right, and one of the guys with that much experience is iPro, who will be attacking next. He is also a very good and very experienced base builder, so I guess some of the bases from Strut have also his handwriting on them. But yeah, he will see another Queen charge, this time without the recall spell there, and into a Monolith and a Rage Tower. So he has to be quick on his feet if the damage on his Queen is rising too high. Ooh, and he is unfortunately not quick enough on his feet there and loses the Queen ability right out of the gate.
Yeah, has the Battle Drill here to support the Queen, which is a really interesting choice, but he's taking a huge amount of damage on the healers from the multi-target Inferno. they are very low in health. So let's see. There was a red air bomb to the left-hand side there. Let's see if the base is truly symmetrical and has some red air bombs where the healers are about to enter.
The biggest problem now is that the healers get pulled by the tornado trap inside the range of the town hall, but this time he is reacting quickly, first using the invis and then the freeze spell onto the town hall so it cannot kill the healers, otherwise they would be gone in an instant. Nice job also from the king taking out the queen on the right side of the base, and I think in the next couple of seconds he will start his Lalo attack. I'm not sure though from where, probably from the left side, but he could also go into the eagle once the queen finishes the 2 sweepers in the core.
Yeah, I guess at that point he can be a little bit more flexible. Actually, starting from the south, interestingly, because he can merge that in with the royal champion, I guess, as well. If the queen has the healers, there's not that much damage up there. He might as well let her do her thing and just concentrate on the Lalo. We've got that rage tower popping off, so the Warden ability is used to power the balloons through. How quickly can he get through the middle here with the RC ability to support as well?
Oh, and a lot of balloons die there. I don't know if there was a trap, I didn't see it, or if it was just the Warden ability running out and the multi-inferno dealing raged up damage, but everything is gone, Judo. And while the clock is still at 1 minute, we can already say that this attack is not going to be the 3-star that VN Esporting needed.
Yeah, that was wild, actually, Maxi, because he had so many balloons moving through. Like you said, inside the Warden ability, Royal Champion was supporting. It looked pretty good, to be fair, and then all of a sudden, they just crashed to the ground. So really interesting to... Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for iPro. It's definitely not what they needed at this stage of the war, and you've got to be honest, they need a big defense in this next attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if he maybe started a little too early with his Lalo, because the queen could have gotten a little more value with taking out the sweepers, then he might have been able to delay the Warden ability more, but I think I'm just trying to find something he could have changed. In fact,
yeah.
It looked like he did a good job there timing-wise, and the sweeper only really swept once, and I think it only caught the hound, not even any balloon. So maybe it was just the setup of the base, or the plan adjustment to the base was not good enough. But I just think that Strut did something right on their bases as they keep on holding back one of the 8 best teams in this competition.
They certainly do, and just trying to watch the replay back a little bit here, Maxi. So he lost all of his healers to the red air bomb, and then, yeah, it seemed like it was really just the raged up tower that took out all of those balloons. However, moving on to the next attack, Inferno Dragons, a blast from the past here from Rigatores.
Yeah, and it is quite something unusual for me. Like, I haven't seen Rigatores use it. Maybe some of you in the chat can prove me wrong. Maybe it's been a go-to strategy for Rigatores recently. But for me, it seems like a new approach that maybe they, they moved out of their wizard hat, especially for this stage now. Because, I mean, at this point for Strut, this is the most important 2 matches of the year. Otherwise, they don't have a chance anymore to get to the World Championship. But yeah, let's see if this trick up Rigo's sleeve will pay off. Nice Warden ability. The Plimp dodges the sweeper, but it is caught by the Tornado Trap, Juro. That is a problem.
That is a huge problem because, as you can see, the Warden ability wears off. He has to use the invis now, and the minions nowhere near the town hall, trying to clone them forward a little bit, but he's still got a long way to go here. He's still got the heroes, so maybe he can react, but this is massive. They're actually moving a little bit further forward. Can he get this?
I doubt it. Finally, they lock onto the town hall, but it's just too little, too late. He tries to react with a freeze spell, but at least he... Okay, we can see his disappointment down there, but at least he did not put down all of his heroes yet. With that situation now, he can actually adapt. He has to go for the 2-star, okay, but that will still maintain their lead. So he's exactly doing what he should do now, just sending the king and the queen on the outside. Maybe even funneling the king into the town hall, and then even if everything goes wrong, he can still react with the royal champion onto the town hall, and I'm sure that he will finish way over 70% 2-star with this attack.
Yeah, really interesting. I thought he might have used the freeze earlier. Oh, I didn't actually see the gap in the wall down there. I thought he would have used the king at the south and then tried to use the queen from the west so that she just walked right in. But maybe he's wanting to dodge the poison as much as possible, obviously, because he's still saving onto that royal champion, like you said. Maybe he can send it in anywhere else. And he's got the skeleton spell to try and distract as well. So trying to drive up the percentage. However, Maxi, like we said in the last attack, this is exactly what VN Esporting needed.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, I think the Royal Champion placement was not ideal. I would have sent her from the right side, and then he could have sent his cleanup right behind there. But anyways, it's still looking good, and he's close to the 70% mark. Now Royal Champion has to take on the enemy Royal Champion. And now I think he should just use the hero abilities to collect as many percentage points as possible. There they go. And see, well over 70%. He's even getting into the 80s. And I think that was very well reacted to how bad this attack went. But also it shows that VN Esporting have a good defense on their side. That was the perfectly placed tornado trap. So they are still in this, especially if we when we look at the scoreboard.
Exactly. I mean, you can see the frustration for Rigatores, can't you? But at the end of the day, Strut are still in the lead. But is that the turning point for VN Esporting? Can they use that in this next attack? If they do 3-star, the score is level and the percentage is now a lot closer because of that defense.
Yeah, that's right, but it's still that 1-star differential, so the pressure is still on for Demo in his next attack. I mean, because at this stage, I think the teams just know that they cannot win without 3-starring. But so far, VN Esporting was not able to do just that, so it's really, you know, hammer time now for Demo, as he's coming in with another recall.
Doesn't look like he's feeling the pressure. He's chilling down there.
Yeah.
He's got the Electro Dragons ready to go, but it looks like you said the recall spell for that Archer Queen. Just try and get that multi-inferno. Maybe once the Rage Tower pops, recall the Queen out of there, and those defenses can be raged up all they want. There's nothing else in that area.
Yeah, that could be the plan. I haven't used that attack strategy too much, so maybe he's just going for that value. We'll see in a second. I just thought maybe he goes also for the Rage Tower, but no. Woohoo! The Queen tried to dodge the recall spell there, I fear, for just a second, but Demo was quick enough, and yeah, as you said, sending in the Electro Dragons immediately, and look at that! There are just raged up ground exposed, so it doesn't do too much to his Electro Dragons, but now once again, as we saw before in the Super Dragon attack, he really needs the entry into the Town Hall now with the Electro Dragons.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be looking at that Monolith very carefully. Really nice job on the freeze to be able to get the Town Hall and the Monolith. I wouldn't be surprised if he does indeed freeze that again. Yeah, just going to constantly keep that Monolith frozen. He does not want to take massive damage from his Electro Dragons. But how far can he get through here? Can he get those multi-target Infernos down? That would be huge for his heroes to finish off.
Oh, yeah, that is right, but all of those dragons are very low in health, and now indeed they are all dead. The raged up multi-inferno beams in combination with some well-placed air traps just do devastating damage to air troops. So now he's got still some force left here, though. He's got the king and queen ability as well as the royal champion still to deploy, but he's also luring out the clan castle. I guess he will just take his time now, though, with his queen. Okay, well, the queen has to take her time on the hound, but I thought he would wait a little bit until he sends in the royal champion, but he tries to use the king's tanking power with the royal champion, so we have to wait and see if that pays off.
Yeah, really hard for him to know exactly what to do here with the dragons not getting the clan castle, so stalling up the queen. I did like the wall breaker, though. It does give the queen access to that multi, and the king has actually tanked for the royal champion pretty good here. 30 seconds, though. He's got the queen ability. He's going to have to use it since she's on the wall there. He's just going to fall short on time, Maxi.
Yeah, luckily the queen went around, so that would still have given him a chance, but with 16 seconds and 15 buildings still on the board, there is just no chance he can 3-star this. So another attack where VN Esporting fall short and are just not able to overcome those strut bases.
Wow, what can you say? Just not quite their day at this one, but remember it is double elimination, so even if VN Esporting loses this one, we will actually be seeing them play again later today. We will be seeing that in the 5th matchup of the day, because it's double elimination. They've still got another chance, so maybe they will grow into this, but at the moment, Strut need to just spin around after that Rigatores attack and make sure to, you know, refocus. And yeah, I mean, that's what they got to do, right? It sounds so simple, but it's Mask has got to just pick it back up.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. To be honest, I'm not 100% certain if the two losing teams of our first 2 matches will be facing off in match 5 today. Maybe you know that?
I believe that's what was happening. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so that is indeed the case. So if VN Esporting now will lose this match, they will have to take on United later on today. Okay, so that is an interesting thing to know. But of course, before that can happen, Strut will have to take this home. And Musk is the next player, one of the most experienced players on this team next to us, I would say, as both of them have been part of alternate attacks before, when this was still the name of the team. But yeah, let's see what Musk does. Also sitting comfortably on his bed here, and he's coming in with a Queen Charge Lalo, and I love how these players in these days bring some Super Barbarians as funneling troops, because they just cost 5 troop space, but with their rage effect they're able to take out 1 or 2 buildings easily on the outside, and can have additional value when you let them take out defenses, for example.
Yeah, exactly. And they can just crush even defenses on the outside, can't they? They're such a flexible troop in order to use, especially if you're really good with funneling. I don't need that, so you don't necessarily need sneaky goblins, but he is taking a lot of damage there. Manages to get the invisibility and the rage down quick enough. Another invisibility spell needed. The rage towers are so powerful in combination with those defenses, aren't they? But like you said, experience of Mask showing here. He handled that very impressively.
Yeah, he did, but had to invest so many spells. I wonder why he sent the mini warden, like the apprentice warden, later on only. He could have given the queen extra HP, but maybe, okay, he was scared of the raged up scatters, yeah, killing the apprentice warden, I guess. But yeah, as you said, well done with the queen charge. Queen still going strong, and now she has taken out most of the damage, so Musk can go low on spell investment now.
Absolutely. You see that raged up king to the left side as well. Getty doing work, and the Lalo now in from the bottom. Warden ability instantly pressed because of this damage area. Tornado Trap will slow the battle blimp up a little bit. The Town Hall will go down. It's really just how close those other balloons get to the Giga Bomb.
Town Hall goes down. Okay, that is nice. But the healers wanted to go away from the queen there for a second. He really needs the queen to survive, I think, in order for this hit to 3-star. He's got the royal champion still, yes, but most of the Lalo troops are down. He doesn't have a hand hunter either, but there is a back end queen he has to take care of. Royal champion ability, well done. Can the queen help out his royal champion? No, she's beating the wall. But it seems to be enough, is it? Oh no, the multi-inferno!
Oh, it's so close! Oh, he just got the archer queen down. His queen hangs on by the skin of it. The multi goes down, Maxi! Oh my gosh! What a roller coaster of an attack for Mask, but you can see it. Celebrations all around. Another 3-star for Strut, and that really puts them in the driving position now. They can just close this war out and move on. Remember, 2 wins this weekend gets you the golden ticket.
Yeah, and they have just gotten number 1 of those 2 wins secured. I mean, I say that well aware they still have to get another 2-star, but if they are clever enough, and I think Ast, who would be their last player, is clever enough, they will just now take a look at the last remaining base and just figure out, how do we take out this Town Hall 100%? And then just, you know, spam Super Barbarians on the outside, or maybe just send the heroes somewhere. The heroes are so strong, they will collect 50% in the hands of those pro players. But yeah, enough about that. Let's focus on Hawk now, who's the finishing attacker for VN Esporting. He can keep a theoretical chance for them to win this, but at this point, Judo, I feel like it is more about getting some momentum to go into their match in the lower bracket against United later on.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. They will, you know, be needing that, shall we say, because both teams on a lifeline at that point. Battle Blimp does get the Town Hall. Balloons actually get really good value across that side as well, Maxi. Might as well, if he's using the Warden ability. He got the multi and the monolith down, but he's also created fantastic pathing here for his Queen charge.
Yeah, I think that was incredible funneling. Take a look at this base, like everything from the 9 o'clock corner until the very core where we see the Warden placed is just gone. So he has formed a natural L shape now in the base. Okay, which is usually ideal for Hog Riders or Lalo. He's brought neither of those troops. He has brought Super Barbarians and the power of his heroes. So he will have to guide his heroes through this L shape now. He's got a golem to tank for them and some wall breakers to make sure that the heroes can get to those defenses that are behind the walls, especially the multi-infernos.
Yes, it's all about just making sure you're keeping calm and just gradually bringing those troops in. It's so tempting to just send the Super Barbarians in too quick, isn't it? He's lost a couple of healers there, Maxi, for his Queen. Still looking okay at the moment, but if there's many more air mines down there, his Queen could start taking a lot more damage. Let's keep an eye here.
That's right. But he can be patient, I think, at this point. He's got half the percentage and then half the time off the clock, so he might still be good. But yeah, he's okay. He's not waiting for anything. He's just sending everything in. Super Barbarians left and right. Golem and Royal Champion on the top side, also raging everything up. Now he doesn't have to rely on his Queen making her way around, but he's actually relying on his Royal Champion clearing out that top compartment. I think he's got enough force, but if the Royal Champion dies and just the Queen survives, then might also be a matter of time.
Yeah, I was going to say the defending Rage Tower was just sitting there waiting, holding on to those freeze spells, but now there's only one healer on the Queen, so she's really not going to get healed up too much. Perhaps he'd have been better off trying to use those freezes to protect the Royal Champion. Ability goes on. Oh, wait a second, the Owl gets the Expo, Maxi. Is it enough? Can the Queen get through to the Warden statue or not? Oh, the final healer goes down. It's not going to be enough.
Oh, I don't know. It might be.
You think?
It's very close. 2 shots for the Tesla and 2 for... Oh, no, of course not. He needs to get through another wall. Yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, it's a 99% time fail.
Wow. So definitely not VN Esporting's day, but hopefully being so close, that does pick up their confidence moving into that match, because obviously, like I say obviously, but like you said, Strut do need to get that final star, don't they? However, it will most likely be United Gaming and VN Esporting later on today. Strut will also be wanting to finish off in style. Ast being, as you mentioned, one of their most experienced players. They were so close to a perfect wall last weekend, weren't they? And Ast getting that 98%. So I'm sure he wants to spin things around and get that 3-star secured for his team here.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially now that he doesn't even have to go for a 2-star anymore. All they need now is a 1-star of any kind. And even if he would not get the Town Hall, he would get that with just the other troops that he has, I'm sure. He's sending in a blimp early on, raged up Yetis, and their job is to take out the multi-inferno, which they just did, but also to lure out the clan castle. And I think he only had a partial clan castle lure, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looks that way. A couple of headhunters and archers. So obviously holding on to the poison for the moment. Able to quickly get those down though with the king and queen. Funnel is set. And it's not that big of a deal. You'll just have to react a little bit on the fly as we move through with that poison. But like you said, any star gets him this. So he's got to be feeling relatively relaxed.
Yeah, I think so. If we look at his picture down at the bottom, He looks concentrated, but not too tense there. He will be trying to get the Town Hall with his heroes, though, if I see this correctly. He's got a couple spells, though. 2 freezes and an invisibility spell, and the King is even moving into the Town Hall, but there we see a problem arising from the only partial CC lure earlier on. He has to take care of the Ice Golems first before he can take out the Town Hall, but confidently he's starting the Lalo already, as he knows with the help of the spells he will get his heroes to take out the Town Hall.
Yep. Queen is there. He's got the ability. That will go down. And there is the victory for Strut. But can Ask get the 3-star? Sending in the balloons from the left. Rage spell with the skeleton spell will take down the enemy Queen. And the balloons can move forward. Can he get that central multi down quick enough? Lots of red air bombs there, though, which will start doing damage to the balloons.
But the Royal Champion came in clutch there, taking out the Multi-Inferno with 2 or 3 hits there. Now the Skeleton spell perfectly placed onto the back-end Royal Champion at Scattershot, so that his Royal Champion is protected, even using an invisibility spell there. And I think, Judo, we can confidently say that Strut are finishing strong, because this is going to be another 3-star. I mean, time could play a role, but look at all the beautiful minions and pups that we can see all across the map here from us, and now I think we will see a little bit of pressure coming off him. Yeah, we can see this fist being pumped, and that's exactly the finishing move that Strut wanted from their most experienced player. Ast getting the 3-star, and Strut getting to the next round in the upper bracket.
13-star victory, 3 stars in the lead. That does not happen very often at this stage of the competitions. What an incredible performance by Strut. And they move on to tomorrow's matches. And remember, 2 wins gets the team a golden ticket, Maxi. What a match. What a performance from Strut.
Yeah, very impressive, and it means that they're only 1 win away from being at the World Championship once more, and that has been their big goal throughout this whole year. So let's bring back iTzu and Woody, and wow guys, what a match. Woody, what did you think of this one? Let's start with iTzu. What did you think of this one? Were you surprised? I don't think so, right? Because you picked Strut, is that correct, iTzu?
Yeah, but I would say overall I would have not been surprised about like who is winning this, but more about like how they did it. I would have not thought that the result would be that one-sided overall. So that's something I'm surprised about. And well, I think overall Foreign Esporting, they were a really strong team. So I just hope that they can recover. Because remember, this is double elimination. They're not out of this. They still have the chance of getting the golden ticket later on. But Strut on the other side, they're 1 step closer. They need 1 more win. And they have their golden ticket. And they are yet again in the World Championship. And can show their skill on the big stage. But Woody, what about you?
I was just surprised to see so many attacks come so terrifyingly close to that triple and yet come up just a couple of percentage short. It really shows you the skill of the base builders here and how close we're getting in the 5th and final stage between ultimately a golden ticket and defeat. It is so razor tight in the higher echelons of the competitive scene of Clash of Clans, and to see just coming down to seconds or like barely even hardly any percentages there with that multi-target Inferno just barely getting destroyed at the end. You can see Mask celebrating now, a player who, when he triples, it basically means Strut is going to be going on to a 3-star victory. That is what we saw from this last round with a massive defensive win for Strut. And I mean, their offense held very strong as well too, 13-star pickup. But I think that the defensive side of their base building skills are really showing off at a high level here. VN Esporting is not an easy team to hold at bay, and yet that is exactly what we saw here. I think that VN Esporting versus United is going to make for a very interesting matchup later on today. One of them will be eliminated. But as for this first match, excited to see Strut advancing onward, and with a correct prediction finally on the books here, I'm happy to look toward the next match as well, Maxi.
Yeah, that is of course my favorite topic here, the predictions. All of you guys were right, I was not, so I have to take that L for now. But from here on, it's all going to be, you know, majority votings, because we all were in favor of Clash Champs for the next match, and for the last one we all picked the same team as well. So yeah, looking back at this war here, a 96% average, destruction and 13 stars, very convincing here from Strut and VN Esporting, not living up to yeah, their expectation based on their performance so far. But we'll soon be looking at two different teams in the next match. It's going to be HS Esports, or HST Esports as they now called, and Clash Champs. And Judo, Clash Champs is the team that you've been rooting for to get a golden ticket. I mean, rooting for as in you were expecting them. It's not like that you are their biggest fan. Of course, we all are a fan of great Clash of Clans action, but it's just you've been impressed by them. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, you can think back to just their performance last weekend, right? They got a 15-star perfect war. Then they also got a 14-13 victory over early attacks, and they were super close in that. I think it was a 96 or a 98% 2-star, so 9 out of 10 attacks, and only being a couple of buildings short of perfection in stage 4. Super impressive at that point of the competition. But not only that, they have been consistent throughout, and also, you know, we keep an eye on the community tournaments and things as well, right? Like Clash Champs are always just about there. So I just think at the moment they've really ramped up to be super strong. But I guess, you know, not going to take too much away from HST Esports as well. We will be seeing what they can bring to the table, because like you said, we're all just fans of great Clash of Clans action, and that's what we've been seeing in all of the matches today so far.
I mean, you're 100% right there. Great Clash action is always the best thing we enjoy watching the most. But let's take a look now at the caster prediction. As Maxi already said with the last match, him not getting that prediction right. But as there are the last predictions of the last two, or the next two matches, since we have a match 5 still coming later today. But all of us going with Clash Champs. Judo already explained really nicely why we all think that they have the upper hand in that next match. And then we have in match 4, again, all the same predictions with early attacks. Woody, I think they have impressed us quite a bit with their performance over the last couple of stages, the last couple of weekends.
They have, and it's interesting to see how kind of the split decisions play out in some of these matches. For match 1 and 2, we had a little bit of a split among the casters, but ultimately the majority did hold. The casters are doing a good job at predicting this time around. It hasn't always been the case. One day, a couple of weeks ago, when we had, I think, 4 correct predictions out of 24 total. So, I mean, it's difficult to predict because the teams are so close. We're getting to among the top 12 in the world now, with the 8 that are remaining. Add in the 4 that already have golden tickets. And so these are all teams that are earning tens of thousands of dollars for their performance in Clash of Clans, making it to the very top with high consistency, high hit rates, strong defenses. There's kind of nothing bad to say about any of these clans, and just trying to predict a match that comes so close between these top squads takes a lot of skill, a keen eye, and a lot of discernment. So we'll see if our predictions hold up for the next round, as we all expect Clash Champs not to just pick up the win here, but to be the team that is most likely to get a golden ticket. But with a tough opponent against Strut, it is going to be a difficult run toward the end. Wait, that's not going to be Strut. Sorry. Scratch that real quick. But anyways, you can see the players on screen, at least for Clash Champs now, with a 13-star average and 95.4% average destruction. We've got a beautiful match ahead of us, Maxi.
That's right, and thank you so much for pointing out that how close these teams are, and how for balming my tortured soul with the prediction game today that just did not go my way. But now we are going to look at the real team that's going to face off against Clash Champs in just a second. That is HS Esports, of course, and we will see their stats on shortly, where we could also already see the players. They are on the cam, they are ready to go, and I'm sure that especially the smaller lesser known, lesser experienced teams, the teams that have never been to a huge tournament, to the live stage or anything, that they have prepared extremely well too, because it is just the first opportunity for them to get to a live event, to have that full Clash esports experience. And for all of you guys who've been to a live event, you know how it is. It's just the tension, the excitement. It all feels different, and that's where every esports player wants to go. And that's why I think that they have prepared very minutiously, if that's a word, for their first war here, and they know their opponents very well. Clash champs are so well known in the community that HST Esports, I'm pretty sure, have found lots of video material to analyze beforehand. But here we can see the stats now. They speak a very clear language in favor of Clash champs, Judo.
They certainly do. Stats are only one thing, and I think you raise an interesting point there in terms of hunger. Not that Clash Champs wouldn't have that, but just the curiosity, I guess, behind HST Esport. They, will be wanting to compete on that big stage in Helsinki. So, maybe that fire in their bellies is enough in order to get the victory here. But looking at the teams themselves for HST, we have Crusader, Papa, Noko, Toby, and Nico682. Pretty impressive stats across the board. Really, obviously, some players higher than others, but it all comes down to this individual match, iTzu.
Yes, that is right for sure. This match, like the current performance, is what it's all about. We have seen so many upsets when it comes down to the stats over this tournament. It's crazy. Like, some teams are really, really going crazy under the pressure, and I feel like Esports has to be one of those teams who has done incredible with the pressure. But Clash Champs, I mean, take a look at those hit rates. The question is, can they keep their performance up? Can they keep this performance somehow? Because if that's the case, this match is going to be not easy at all. But overall, it should be a really good one, considering how good HST Esports does under pressure.
Well, they've got a fire in their bellies, but can they bring the fire to these bases? HST Esports, without any of their players having a 50% hit rate or higher. While Clash Champs on the other side, every single one of their players has a 50% hit rate or better. In this case, I think it's a pretty clear tilt toward Clash Champs to take the win in this next one. It would be a massive upset to take the undefeated overdogs, if we can call them that. The prediction among the casters, and it looks like among the community as well, as that'll be coming in shortly. But HST Esports, this Head Start squad has been preparing very hard and has made a big impression so far, knocking out some impressive teams in the previous week. So they've made it to stage 5. They have got a bracket reset, and they've got just as much of a chance as any other team at this point. Even if they have to claw their way back from the lower bracket, there's still the possibility. They will not be eliminated today because they only have got one match up against the Clash Champs now. But I mean, it's in their name, the Clash Champs. If you're not gonna give them a little bit of credit for at least the aggression and the willingness to like brag a little bit with victories over Na'Vi, excellent defenses and offense throughout the entire year, I don't know, man. I'm just fearful for what it's gonna be in this next match against Head Start. Do you think? I'll put the pressure to you, Maxi. We all think that Clash Champs is going to get the win, but is it going to be on a percentage win, a 1-star win, a 2-star win, or could we go as high as 3-star victory for the Clash Champs?
Well, that's a very good question. I'm going to be elaborating on that in just a second, but for now, let's say goodbye to you, Woody. Thank you for that question, and to you, JudoSloth. It's going to be iTzu and me from now on casting this next match. But to get back to the question, I think that if Clash Champs play in their at their regular level with their regular routine and are not too nervous, they would get a clear star victory. I mean, if they really pop off today and play better than usual, it could of course be a 14-14, for example. But Clash Champs, they usually score 14 stars. So in my opinion, if I have to say something, I would say it will be a star with a win with a star advantage. But we've got the viewer predictions here on the screen now.
Yeah, I mean, they are pretty much looking in favor of Clash Champs, which isn't a big surprise. I'm more surprised about how much percentage still HST Esports has gotten from the community. On the other side, though, it's now coming down to the preparation. We know, like at this stage, the teams know who they're up against in the first round especially. And we have seen a lot of Super Barbarians from the HST Esports team on the last weekend, combined with different follow-ups, or like setups more like. With the blimp, are you why would you run my base, one of the most burned bases in this tournament? Are you kidding me? Okay, let's see. If it's defending, I will be happy, but I will be still confused. Like, what?
That is indeed really interesting, and I think that is it a Legend League base, iTzu, that you used? Yeah. So the Clash Champs guys, they are pretty experienced in Legend League as well. I think some of them are pushing too, so that probably is not the first time that they are attacking this base.
Yeah, I mean, could be really, really likely. Overall, like, I mean, I can already tell a little bit about the base since I have built it. So typically where the tornado trap is between the town hall and the monolith, like where the builder hut is not connecting to the monolith, to rotate anything what is going into the EU compartment into the base. One of the big weaknesses of the base is exactly the flinger, which Picasso is using right now. This is why the Tesla is there. They even use the traps of mine, which is kind of funny. So now he has to freeze because of those Tesla. Those Tesla are messing people up kind of like from time to time if they're not paying attention there. And now he's trying to charge even further into the core of the base behind the town hall. But then there's this raised area in front of the town hall, which is going to make attacks in general not as easy. So let's see how good he can control this queen with staying alive versus the monolith versus the town hall. But so far he's doing a really good job.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Keeping a queen alive, not even investing too many spells, but rather the Flame Flinger, King and Royal Champion to funnel this queen. Also a well-timed Coconut Balloon was able to take out a Seeking Airvine in the core. Now there is the Tornado Trap that you talked about, iTzu. So indeed, they did not change any traps whatsoever. But now the queen has a very hard time to stay alive because she's in the Town Hall Poison and some raged up defenses are shooting away at her. But let's see if Picasso can make the Lalo overcome the rest what is left of this base.
I mean, with those Testa and the Scatter and the Queen going down because of the tornado, and there's all of the red mines are close to their town hall because they are to defend against Queen charges into the town hall compartment. It still should be enough, right? The Scatter won't be able to defend everything. But I take this. Yeah. It's close. It's close versus one of the best teams in the world. And this base never meant to be a war base, right? Like, this never meant to be like a base which is used in a tournament like this. Because in Legend, you're trying to defend what is most used. And this base, like, versus Super Archer Blimp, obviously. Or things like that. That's why the Yeti is triggering right now all of those giant bombs. To make sure that Super Archer Blimps can't now land in those spots. All of the walls are set up that you cannot reach the town hall with the Super Archer Blimp. But then again, Picasso, wise choice, going in with the Queen Charge, abusing the weakness of this base with the Flame Finger, which not that many people are actually using that quickly in Legend, because you have only the 30-second of planning time. But this is kind of leaving me scared for the next bases of HST Esports. I mean, I have built plenty of bases for this season. I hope they're not going to use more of those. But let's
maybe
see
they
what
brought the iTzu pack for today.
I mean, if it's on the other hand, as well as the first one, I hope they did not.
Yeah. But it is quite surprising to me, because we kept on talking about how, you know, it's a very crazy opportunity for them to get to a live event, and they could you know, put all of their work and time into preparing for just this match, and now they use a burned base and don't even change the traps. So I don't know if that was some kind of stunt they wanted to pull, or maybe if it's just that they don't have the resources, either not the time or not the players to actually build the bases themselves. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. For now, we have Noko coming in with a blimp, and this Super Archer blimp actually makes it its way very close to the town hall. But still, iTzu, there are very many buildings that are closer to the Super Archers than the town hall.
Yeah, that's right. But he has still one more invisibility to use. There are skeletons popping up. Can they make any difference? The builder huts around the town hall actually might protect it. And yes, indeed, the town hall is not going down. The two builder huts keeping it alive. The question now, though, is with those Super Barbarians as a follow-up, they are not, well, overall, as bad versus the tunnel which is left standing. And the interesting thing about is, we have talked about Clash Champs, they can prepare, and HSC Esports, they have used a lot of Super Barbarians over this tournament, and all of those walls are closed. This now means he has to wall break into every single compartment to get this value. And right now, you can see they're not getting into the compartment as freely. The tunnel compartment is open though, so he can save at least a couple of the wall breaks for the later stages.
Yeah, and he invested already so many Super Barbarians, like 18 of them, just basically to take out the 2 or 3 defenses there that were left standing in the opened up compartments. And yeah, there's a lot left standing for those final compartments, and also he has just 1 wall breaker left, so he will never make his way into the multi-infernos. He probably has to send the Royal Champion, but he's already used the Queen ability. Yet he's got an Ice Golem and the King ability still intact, so that might give him a little bit of extra power.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is it going to be enough extra power though, with the complete Rage Tower area still left standing? The Royal Champion, the King, and only 2 Headhunters. So he has a Royal Champion on his own. He has 5 Super Barbarians, and he has a Dream. But this Dream is getting out of touch quicker and quicker, especially now with the Rage Tower going off.
Yeah, I think he's actually reacting quite well to the situation that he found himself in, but yeah, not getting the Town Hall there definitely messed up his initial plan that he had for the heroes. He's sending everything in as best as he can, and he's collecting percentage points, which is nice, but he will not get into the 90s. Actually, this last building that the Royal Champion took might be the last he gets. Okay, Phoenix Splash gets him another one, but he's finishing at a 86% 2-star, and that is not what you need to put up against Clash Champs in your first attack.
That's right. That is not what you want to put up. And now we have Clash Champs going up next. Let's see what base is next. Let's see what strategy is up next now for Clash Champs and what they're going to bring to the table. We know they're just so good with Lalo attacks. And this is something where we are talking about the preparation, right? Like we're talking about, hey, you have to somehow test the entries of what other teams could possibly do. And the issue is always if you are facing a team which is just playing different strategies, which you then need... Why? Okay, another base of mine. If it's defending, I take it. If it's not, like, what are they doing? Are you kidding me? By the way, if you turn in all of those Rage Towers into Poison Towers and use all Air Expos and use a Super Dragon, you might defend the new Event Troop Lavaloon. Just putting that out there if you want to copy the base and want to have some nice defenses. But right now we see a Blim flying towards the core, and we have a nice Super Wizard Blimps, it seems like.
Wow, and that is so nice. He's actually making the Town Hall invisible so the Super Wizards do not target it. So they rather target the buildings around it and take it down so they do not die due to the Town Hall death damage here. And wow, what a great job he did with that. Unfortunately, 1 multi-inferno stays up, but still the value was still incredible.
Yeah, I mean... In Legend, not that many people are using Super Wizard Blimps, okay? I would just take that as excuse at this point. But getting back to the attack, this entry looks really good. The only downside right now is that he is not having the Warden for the Lalo. But there's only 1 multi-inferno tower on the back end of the space left standing. The other multi-inferno tower, this is the one where he's going right into. So far the entry is really nicely executed. Really good plan. And then he only has to play the Lalo through 2 ground expos, a defending King, which is not as threatening. So the plan so far looks really good for him.
Yeah, I agree. It was really nice how he timed the Royal Champion. So with the King ability, the King would take care of the enemy Queen. So his Royal Champion would not have to face off against her. But now it's about maybe the traps. But there's not much that can stop this attack, in my opinion. Because look at this, guys. There are so few defenses still up. Basically, what defenses against air are just 2 air defenses and 2 archer towers. And Pato has so many balloons still up. But the Royal Champion is doing a good job taking out balloons 1 by 1 out of the sky, iTzu.
Yeah, the Royal Champion doing a really good job. Wait a second, did I just defend versus Clash Champs? I take that. I mean, I mean, come on, that's not too bad. After that Super Wizard Blimp, that was, I mean, the value was insane. The only downside is always that, well, you're using the Warden, right? So that is a really heavy investment, especially if you're having a Lalo follow-up. So with that, all things considered, even one multi-turn tower can be a big threat, and one back-end hero can be another big threat, especially with ground expos, because what is good versus heroes? That's right, headhunters. But what is going to tank for your headhunters then if you have your hero dive already in the beginning? The Warden ability, you can't use it, so nothing is really going for those heroes, and this has really cost them. So an 87% 2-star defense, that's a really solid defense versus Clash Champs, who are like having one of the highest hit rates in the entire, like in the rest of this tournament, versus a base which has been used on Legend for quite some time. That's not too bad.
Absolutely. So I guess you'll get your share of the prize that HST will get after this match. We'll have to see, since they're using all of your bases. But yeah, actually very impressive that this base defended. But on the other hand, I feel like iTzu, if we recap the plan, he didn't really have any plan to take out the Royal Champion. It was clear that the ground bows would still be up. It was clear that his Queen and King would not get all the way over to the enemy Royal Champion. So he needed his Lalo to take care of the Royal Champion somehow. But that just never happened. So maybe they were a little bit careless in this attack. Maybe they thought, it's just the iTzu base, you know, I can throw anything at it, it will 3-star anyways, but who knows? But let's concentrate on this attack now.
Keep me alive, come on, like, oh my goodness. But yeah, let's concentrate on this attack as we see a Queen charge Lado from Tulbi facing this base. We have the Rage Tower setups, we have the multi-inferno tower, and we have the offensive Rage now getting used to get into that compartment. The Queen should not skip that air defense though, and yes, she is nicely going into that direction. And Queen, the multi-inferno tower, she has to go there next. If she's going for the bomb tower, this might be bad news, but no, that Queen is working perfectly. There's the Rage, but the Clank Gas is coming in quickly.
Oof. Just in time though, with the help of the Rage spell, she's able to take out the multi-inferno. Otherwise, his healers would not have had a good time here. But I wonder if he's going to wall break again into the Eagle. Oh yeah, he already did. So he has access to the second multi-inferno as well. That is nice value, but he is not waiting for anything. He's just starting the Lalo into the Town Hall, and in my opinion, it's not looking too bad. The only thing, it would have been nice to catch the Hound in the Warden ability, but so far, if he freezes now, this is looking very solid.
Yeah, this is looking really good, even though Snare Trap is delaying things by quite a bit. Warden ability has already been used, so he has to make sure those dudes are working their way around that Town Hall. And the Town of Poison was avoided completely with the Scatter Shot being up next. A great invisibility. Wait a second, did he turn that Royal Champ, like the defending Royal Champ, invisible as well? And something completely took down that Royal Champ. Really nicely done, but there's still quite a bit of deep base left. But that Queen is alive since the beginning.
Yeah, I think it's a 3-star. Very good job, Toby. GG. Like, there are so many troops that are still flying with the Warden that I think that they will overcome this air defense, and with the Queen ability, he is taking down the Wizard Tower as well. So let's cheer for this guy, for this Toby guy who has just played an incredible Queen Charge Lalo, and this is the first 3-star against Clash Champs and iTzu. The score is even, except for one building right now.
It is insanely close, and I'm scared for the next attack. I mean, let's see what is going to happen next, what attack strategy and what type of base we're going to see. And I cannot wait to see. Leo is up next. He is insane with Queen Charge as well. Like, he's overall a really, really good player. As all of those Clash Champs players, they are just so good with Lado. So I guess he will do something with that, maybe going up with something different, but we will see in just a second as he is attacking. And we have the next base, which is another popular Legend base, but already from the beginning, this is not my base, okay? I think it was, I think I have seen it like from the Japanese players quite a bit when it came out, like when it was first introduced and first used in Legend. It was like really used quite a bit in High Legend, but let's see now how it's going to work in this specific match, but overall I like what the players are doing in general. Legend bases and overall ring bases can be incredibly annoying to attack in those pro environments, because attacks sometimes there's like random things happening, and you can like see from your experience, you know, like you want to have as much control as possible, and with those rings things can get out of control really quick.
Yeah, that is right. He is, and also I feel like maybe they can catch the players off guard a little bit. Even though Clash Champs are so well experienced, sometimes it is just possible to not have the perfect plan onto a anti-2-star base, because there's just always the risk of something going completely wrong and then having a bad time with the entirety of this base. But so far Leo is doing great here, using the Queen and the Warden, but also already 1 minute off the clock, iTzu.
Yes, but already one of this high damage area gone. Like those ring bases, they're working because of how strong the rage towers are. They're probably one of the strongest defense we ever had in Clash of Clans in the Clash history. And if you stack around, and with stacking, I mean still out of range for most of those lightning and things and whatever, but if you have a lot of key defenses around it, they're just so good, buffing up the defenses, which are so important for Town Hall 15. And right now he's trying to circle the Town Hall, but things are not going 100% right as the Town Hall finally falls. The second rage area is up next. Instead of firing at those Titans, the attacking King ability is getting used. Skeleton traps are popping up, but we all know skeleton traps are nothing versus those Titans. The healers are frozen, the Royal Gem coming in, and this looks good with one rage left. And this is the one big weakness to those ring-based styles overall. I would say the best strategy to use versus those type of bases are smash attacks, super bowlers, Titans for example. That work really well, and this attack was executed really strong, especially with the last weekend where Clash Champs struggled a little bit versus some ring bases. They have really now showcased that they are now able to play those smash attacks as well. And with 40 seconds left, Leo is looking really good in this one. Black Mines are still firing in, but I think with the Queen ability, he should be alright. He has 2 more freezes, the Wizard, the Phoenix, the cleanup hat under the Archers, and he's already celebrating. He knows this is the 3-star, and they are keeping, even if HST Esports is going to 3-star, they're keeping their 1 building lead. And this is such an important thing to keep up the pressure, and as well like the mental battle between those two teams, knowing that as a team, in your position, whatever you're going to do, even if you're 3-star and you're still behind, it's not the greatest feeling you could possibly have. And this might affect now the HST Esports players, but they're up next, and Nico's going to go in, Maxi.
That's right, Nico is their next attacker, and that was a beautiful showing there from Leo. How even though anti-2-star bases might look very scary, it is you can still, if you keep your calm, take care of them quite well. So great job to them, and now the ball is back in HST's corner, and if they can 3-star, they can actually keep up with the Clash Champs. But yeah, first of all, Nico has to pull off his Queen Charge Twin Hawk attack that he is coming in with, and it seems like he is bringing a Siege Barracks with that.
Yeah, Siege Barracks with this strategy. Let's see how that's going to work out. Well, the Queen is under a lot of firepower with those raged up expos. Or where is she going? Is he going to use an invisibility to get her back into that tunnel? No, he's not. Instead, he's investing it right now. Does he want to have the Queen backtracking, or does he want to have the Queen walking behind the tunnel? This is now the question. The Queen is going for the right, and he's trying to force her in to get that tunnel. But the Clan Castle timing, Maxi, I think that could be really bad, depending on... He's trying to do it early, but let's hope that he's going to get that Clan Castle loot out early on.
Yeah, the timing could be a problem, but yeah, there it goes. But he did not lure the Hound, unfortunately. Everything but the Hound. So it was... And oh no, this Expo now on the healers is hurting him a lot. And now he needs to double freeze, basically. Or he needs to pray that the Queen can finish the Town Hall before taking on the Hound, and she does. So that went well for him. So he has to start now with the Twin Hawks.
He has to start indeed. The Hawks are in. The Queen is still fighting the pups, while the King and the P.E.K.K.A. and everything is walking around the outside. He's trying to force his Hawks in with taking down the Arch Tower, and yes, it works. Vulnerability can be used as he's approaching that Rage Tower area. There goes the Warden ability. King ability has been used. He has to use some headhunters for the defending King. And his Queen is even still alive, working on the top side defenses.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, Royal Champion being targeted by the Monolith, and she is shooting away at Skellies the whole time. So the Royal Champion does not have big value here. That was a big problem here for his Hawk push, and we can see almost all defense is gone. That only just a couple of Hawks left. Queen ability was forced, but there's still a back-end Queen with a scatter shot. Also, he has 2 Headhunters and 2 spells still up, and he's using the Rage for the Queen with 1 healer.
Oh, this is not a lot of healers
But
whatsoever.
He's getting it.
It's 30 seconds. Can he make
Super
it?
Miner. Oh, what was that?
Is this Super
Was there a
Miner?
Super Miner?
I mean, the Queen is standing. There is the freeze, and he has done it. I mean, there is the P.E.K.K.A. The Phoenix is still there. This is going to be another 3-star. And those 2 teams are yet again only 1 building apart from each other. There goes the Banana. I mean, he just needs the power to cheer for his teammates as they're hopefully getting more 3-stars. But, I mean, this match so far is on a knife's edge. Both teams are just so close, with only 1 building being the difference maker.
Yeah, and we said it before, it only comes down to 1 match when 2 teams face off, so their stats do not matter. If you remember, guys, not a single player in HST Esports had a 50% hit rate. All of them were lower. But right now, they have a 66% hit rate. 2 out of 3 attacks were 3-stars. And that's all that matters. And in a case like that, you can even take down one of the favorite teams' Clash champs. But it's not that far yet. First of all, there are 4 more attacks to go, and Loopy is coming in with a Super Bowler Smash onto another ring-style base.
Okay, back to my bases. Let's see if this one can defend. I mean, are you kidding me? Yes, I know. Like, I have built quite a few bases on Legend. I mean, this is why they can copy a lot. But let's see how that defends. I can tell you already, the smash into the Eagle is going to work with the Royal Champion swag, kinda. But let's see if he's going to do that. Because he has the Warden Walk at 6 and he has the Flanger already on the left side. I'm not sure if this is going to be the correct angle for this. It really depends on the clan counts. If there's a triple Ice Golem in there, this can possibly fail. If there's something different in there, this has a really high chance of 3-starring. So let's see if Loop knows how to use those Super Bowlers this weekend, because I think last weekend he has failed versus one of those ring bases with exactly the Super Bowler attack. So, the funnel on the left is set, the bottom funnel is set. He can start the Super Bowler at any given point now.
Yeah, and he's taking his sweet time, a minute Warden Walk, but I think usually in the ring bases, because everything is so compact in the core, you can usually do a 1-minute Warden Walk and will still be able to 3-star, but the Spring Traps are on point. Both Ice Golems got immediately sprung away, so no Ice Golem will go into the core and freeze up the raged up defenses.
Yeah, that's good. There's
and triple Ice Golem.
2 ice. Is it triple or is it double? I'm not 100% sure, but like either way, it's Ice Golems, which is good for him. The Warden ability has been used really early on. The second rage has not been triggered just yet. That's why he's going to freeze it. I'm not sure. There goes the last rage. He has 1 freeze, 1 invisibility. There goes the second, and Maxi, this is not looking good whatsoever. The Monolith is wrecking those troops inside the base. There's no Super Bowlers left. Can he make this still work? He sees the Royal Champion. He can see a placer, which he does on the top right. What?
Ooh,
he used the
no.
Royal Champion ability way too early. He's panicking quite a bit. And this should be a defense for, should I say me or HST Esports? I don't even know at this point. Queen is staying alive for now, but going down in just a second. And it is indeed the defense. And Clash Champs. And Loop especially, again, he is struggling. He has to learn how to attack those ring bases. They're just so popular right now and so strong. And his Super Bowler attacks, the Warden ability was way too early, really causing this attack to fail.
Yeah, but I feel like also they did good in adjusting the base perfectly to a Super Bowler Smash. The Spring Traps were perfectly, I don't know if they were placed against Ice Golems, maybe they were placed against Headhunters, but they definitely worked perfectly. And Loop had to react there a little bit, so he used free spells early, and when he ran out, he used the Warden ability early. So, you know, everything kind of led up to him failing by the setup of the base. So there was definitely 2 parts to this fail. And and I think just good, a good choice of the iTzu base for HST Esports, but also good choice of clan castle troops and traps and so on. And holding back Loopy is very, very tough, and they did a good job. And now they actually do have a chance to take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 2 out of 3 defenses, right? Am I? Yeah, 2 out of 3 of my bases have defended versus Clash Champs, which isn't too bad. I mean, I think that's better than some proper base builder for tournaments like this. So, and considering all of those bases have been burned now in Legend, I mean, everyone knows them, or maybe, but either way, we have the next attacker. Now it's back to HST Esports, and they have the chance to take the lead. They are in with Titans, they're in with Lightnings, they're in with Heaters, and we have an attack starting with the Warden Walk on the far side of the town, or complete opposite, while the Flinger is going for the far right side.
Yeah, and this is a very important attack in my opinion, because Papa actually has the lowest hit rate in HST Esports, and I wanted to say before, but I didn't, if Papa 3-stars, they will win this. But at this point, he doesn't even have to 3-star. If he gets actually a percentage lead, that will already be a lot for HST Esports, because the pressure will be incredible on Clash Champs then in the last attack. And so far, it's looking quite good. I feel like the setup of this attack looks very strong, but okay, he's activated the eagle a little bit early there. Maybe he could have waited with the king, but not that big of a problem. And ooh, okay, that might be a problem. He's starting a little bit early with the Titans, so one of the Titans at least walks the wrong direction, and he has not used the wall breaker yet. Okay, just in time. Wow.
Yeah, but what is the next? Oh, there goes the jump. Okay, he was waiting for the jump for quite some time. And this about Titans is like one of the most satisfying things. Like seeing how they walk towards the Lava Hound, or defending a Lava Hound, and like the Hound and the pups are all getting like wiped within a second. This is just so satisfying, I find. But we have this Titans push going towards the Town Hall, but there is no jump now. There is no jump leading into the Town Hall, and he's trying to force everything into the Town Hall with taking every single building out on the far right side. The Town Hall power is alive. The Queen ability has been forced, and there's still a Monolith, a Multi-Inferno Tower, and a defending King, which is not going to be easy to overcome, and the Royal Champ has been already placed.
Yes, and the Queen just died, but the Royal Champion is close to the Town Hall. So are the Electro Titans, and he will get the Town Hall down at least. I don't think that he... Oh, unfortunately, the Diggy is caught in the tornado, and so is the Royal Champion, so he cannot take out the Monolith. But he... Okay, this is not going to be a 3-star, so let's be real here. But it is the percentage lead, and it is a good attack. I mean, of course, this backend is pretty heavy, and if he would have placed this jump spell a little bit better, I think he could have also gotten access into the Town Hall compartment, but this is an over 90% 2-star, so that's definitely not a bad attack, and of course it is enough to get the lead here over Clash Champs.
They got the percentage lead for now, and now everything relies on the last 2 attackers. Clash Champs, if they 3-star, they're forcing HST Esports to 3-star as well. If they 2-star, HST Esports just have to get a better percentage than what Clash Champs have gotten. I mean, this match is crazy how close it is. This match in the predictions from the casters, from the community, was supposed to be a really one-sided match based on the stats, based on everything. But this team, HST Esports, is just performing so well under pressure. It is crazy, and they're challenging right now Clash Champs to give them maybe a loss and them going down to the lower bracket. But for now, everything is on Clash Champs' side. Selenio is the last attacker for them, and he is going up next and is going to attack Papa, and he has to somehow get that 3-star to put up the pressure on the other side.
Well, I'm nervous, iTzu. I don't know about you, but I always feel the pressure somehow that is on these players in a situation like that. And Selenio is the most experienced player in Clash Champs, and also he is usually their finishing attacker, and he has proven time and time again that he is able to to cope with the pressure and still get 3 stars. Especially last weekend, I think it was 2 times that he secured the victory for his team. But now, if we look at the scores, there's a 1.2% differential. That means times 5, 6%. So 6 buildings. That is the lead for HST Esports. If Selinho 3 stars now, HST Esports need a 3 star anyways. But if he 2 stars, we can count the exact percentage that HST Esports will need in their last attack. But enough about the numbers, iTzu. Now it's about the attack. A Queen charge with a recall spell that will lead into an Electro Titan smash. But this Flame Flinger has also gotten a lot of fire from the 2 Mold Mortars.
That's right, and there are Hog Riders in there, which are... No, wait. Valkyries and Hogs. I am a little bit confused right now. Maybe he had no Yeti, right? He had no Yeti to distract the mortar. Maybe something went wrong for him. He had Giant and Barge troops to distract it, but something did go wrong. Now the question from my side is, which I would love to know, he is going with Titans. From my experience, I have played Super Bowlers with Recall in Legends, and I've tried Titans as well. Titans versus ring bases are a really big problem in my opinion, because if they're going into the town of Poison, it's pretty much GG. Like, they cannot really leave it anymore, they cannot really work around it. It's like really having a bad time with this strategy inside or versus ring bases, why I think bowlers are more popular in Legends a lot of times, especially as a regular smash. So let's see how he can handle this and see if he can really make this work, because the town hall is awaiting and this might be a lot of damage for those little Titans.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the healers have not switched yet, but then they finally switched from the Queen to the Titans, but not much is going into the Town Hall except for the Queen. He might have to force the Warden ability soon. There it goes. And okay, he's got some Titans around, but this triple raged up multi Infernos with the ground bow will cook this Queen very quickly.
That's right.
And she probably dies in the Town Hall poison.
Yes, and this is exactly the reason why I switched away from Titans. I think Titans are overall such a cool troop, but in Legend they just don't work, because those ring bases, they give Titans such a rough time. Super Bowlers on the other side, they would have skipped the town probably from like already like 3 compartments earlier. With Super Bowlers, those ring bases are way better, but maybe the Royal Champ can somehow carry this on the back end, but the Rage Tower is reloading, the defending Warden is non-stop shooting, and the time, Maxi, the time is 13 seconds, and the percentage, every single building is so important.
There's no way that this is happening. This is also not the highest percentage. 88%. So that means -6, that's 82. So 82% will be a tie. So if HST get 83% 2 stars, they will have overcome Clash Champs.
Yeah, and like, so I don't know, like, if they know, I don't know, with the Titans, if like some of their approaches were like a big question mark to me versus the ring bases, but I think overall more teams are going to try to abuse this big weakness of Clash Champs. It seems like they don't, like, not at least the entire team knows how to attack those Legend bases, and it's completely different to what you see right now here. This is like the classic, perfect looking World's base, right? Like, you have the Rage Tower sections, you have the Town Hall separate, you have the Eagle separate. This is really common. They probably know how to beat bases like this while they're sleeping. But Legend bases, they're set up different, and it seems like so far it's a big weakness to Clash Champs, and I hope that they can solve this with now Crusader. He has to only get the important percentage, and if he gets that Town Hall, I believe in Super Dragons that they can get that percentage.
Yeah, that's right. But still, again, 83%. He's already lost healer there. Did he pull the Queen in time? Did he recall her in time? That's the question. So he kept the 3 healers that he still had. I'm not sure. I think so. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, Queen now taking out the flank of the base. He will send the king in front of her as well. But it's about the superheroes and the super dragons and the blimp taking out the town hall now. A lot of damage on the Queen. He's raging just in time and freezing. Good stuff. And town hall. Red bombs freezing. The freeze was too late, but it doesn't matter. Town hall is taken out. And there's a lot in the core being taken out by the dragons, especially the multis. This multi-inferno would be important. There it goes. 83% once more, iTzu. There is a chance here.
Oh my goodness. This is not looking that good, or is it? I mean, the queen is not under a lot of threat. I don't know if that... Do you think that king was wise? Like, where would you have placed the king? If you would have placed it just for percentage, far right side, something like that, I think that could have been better, because this queen, in 1 minute, she takes down the entire bottom side. Like, he does not need to go for a 3-star, so time is not that relevant. But now adding the queen and the king together, which is forcing the queen into the middle, in the middle of the base, there's not the important percentage you want to go for, but maybe it's still enough. Let's see. The queen, though, is avoiding that wall break.
Yeah, the problem for me is what rather was that, exactly, the angle of the wall break. But now with the king ability finally used, I think he should force the queen back in there. 83%, I think he's got it, honestly. He's got the royal champion still to deploy. And the king is collecting percentage points. Guys, 83%, we are at 77. Can he get it? He's got the queen ability, royal champion ability. Royal champion ability will not get much, but the queen will get 1 or 2 more buildings. The king at 84%, they have done it! HST Esports, they take out Clash Champs to the lower bracket. That is insane.
Crazy. Getting that victory against all odds. I think that's fair to say. Against all odds, while HST, they're getting 1 star above their average. Clash Champs getting 1 star less above their, like, below their average. This match is just crazy. In the end, it's even like, it seems like to be a time fail, but wow, what a match. This match was the majority of time within the reach of 1 building being all what matters. This was an insane match, crazy match. At this point, I'm out of words. Like, that was a really, really good one. It couldn't get any closer than this. And this means HST Esports are in the upper bracket in the next round, only 1 victory away from the golden ticket, joining the other 4 golden ticket holders in the World Championship later this year in the main event.
Yeah, the iTzu base pack just got a whole new fan base, and I hear that the numbers are going through the roof with this base pack, holding back Clash Champs to 12 stars. I mean, you have to also say it, in the end it was a good choice of bases from HST, you know. We were questioning it at the very start, but it was very, very well done, and in the end definitely the right choice.
Yeah, for sure. I think the overall plan was really, really good, with seeing the weakness of last weekend of Clash Champs with the legend style bases, the ring bases especially, and now using that against them. But hey, let's see what Woody and Judo thinks about that last match. I think they were on the edge of... Yeah, I can see the expression of Woody already. Like, that match was crazy to watch, right?
Yeah, crazy to watch. A complete upset from all the caster predictions and from the viewers as well. Seeing the #1 most likely to advance team falling on a percentage loss. I mean, before this match began, I was teasing Maxi, asking how much the Clash Champs would win by, and it turns out that they couldn't even get the stars on the board themselves to take it all the way. A loss on percentage is heart-wrenching for them, but that is why we have a double elimination bracket, and the Clash Champs are going to have to try to persevere tomorrow, as HST Esport now just have 1 more win away from the golden ticket. What an incredible day for them, and an awesome opportunity to prove themselves on the main stage and get a chance to go to Helsinki, Finland for the finals next month. But the Clash Champs have got to go back to the drawing board and prepare as hard as ever for tomorrow, because they'll now need 2 wins to make it there. HST holding off with these intricately designed, interesting bases and just denying Clash Champs' advantages all throughout. That attack from Loop, as soon as I saw that one fall apart, I was finally realizing that the Clash Champs might be in a little bit of trouble. Here you go, having to try to collapse from every single edge, but Loop not having enough fuel in the tank to finish off this marathon run to the finish. Ultimately is what gave HST Esports the victory there. Noko getting that defense in the very end of the attack, and then seeing them come back once again over and atop with a pretty clear objective in mind, knowing that they didn't even need to triple in their last attack. Head Start have really true to their name, giving themselves a great lead in this 5th stage with only one more win yet to get.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think that Clash Champs would have expected to go down to the lower bracket, honestly. I feel like, I mean, they were confident. They were not stupid, you know, stupid enough to think that their opponent can do nothing. But I'm pretty sure that, you know, they know the numbers and they were like, okay, guys, let's just play normal, then we will win this. But they didn't play normal. They were not able to overcome these bases. But Judo, we haven't heard from you since you got back. How did you feel about that match, watching it in the back?
Wow, you haven't heard from me because I'm lost for words. You know what impressed me about HST Esports is that after the first round of attacks, I thought it was a done deal. You know, watching the 3-star from Clash Champs, the base selection, everything like that, you thought it was just going to be a landslide, but they didn't let it phase them. They just kept on going, and that, I feel, is the most impressive thing about them. So, yeah, GG to them. They really stepped it up, and like you said, a true underdog story. Whilst they were just that little bit behind that 1%, they just kept going, and I really feel that was the most impressive thing for them. So you've got to give them a huge pat on the back, iTzu.
I mean, they have to first, like, get back to me with those bases. I mean, come on. But, like, by all seriousness, like, we always see the 5 players on screen, right? But there's a huge team always behind. Base builders, high, but like as well the people who are deciding what bases are getting used. Because I feel like this person was kind of the 6th player, in effect, like really having a huge impact for this match for them. Like just deciding those bases was insane. I don't know if like they're doing that already within the roster, or if they have like someone in the back like checking out the stats of the other team, like seeing what they have struggled against in the other matches, the other team and stuff like that. But that was a really wise choice overall of bases, the general base setups with the anti-2, so really good. And this is completely like shaking things up completely with our predictions as well. We all were so confident. I mean, you called it 99.99%. I already called the caster. I mean, come on.
That's the thing.
Yeah, 99.9%. Judo, how far has it fallen from that? How far has the percentage fallen from 99.9% to now?
Yeah, that's the good question.
I mean, they lost, so...
Well, they could still advance and get the golden ticket, though.
Oh, okay. That's your question. I mean, I'm still confident they'll spin it around. But I do think they're going to go home tonight, and they are going to be absolutely practicing those ring bases, right? There's no question about it, because we will see the next matchup being early attacks and no limit, and then the 5th match of today will be the first round of the lower bracket, in that of United and VN Esporting. Then tomorrow is when we will see Clash Champs again versus the loser of the next match. So they have time to prepare against those ring style bases. But honestly, I know you said iTzu, it was a wise choice, but I feel we see this every single year. There's always a team right at this top level that struggles against those bases. So maybe we'll see other teams throwing them out there as well, just, you know, on the off chance that they haven't practiced against them too much, and it trips other teams up as well.
That is for sure a chance. I mean, overall, those bases are there for a reason. They're really annoying to attack, and small things can always go wrong, which can really snowball quite a bit with those ring bases. With like, I think we all have been there, right? I think we all have attacked a ring base in one or the other way. Of course, Maxi, you have never done that. But like, if something is going wrong, like the queen going the wrong direction, or like the town hall getting protected by a tornado trap, you're going to panic. And we have even seen that from Clash Champs on the highest level, that after that like loop, I think was with the Reuter ability right away, and things going like, I don't know, like more and more mistakes were added into the attack, and they're then snowballing quite a bit. So overall, it's an annoying base type to attack. It's there for a reason, but I think people have to as well learn how to face them. But it takes time. Like, we know base building takes time. Then those players have to test the bases and help testing the bases. Legend attacks take time. You cannot really practice the same way in like for any challenges as you do on Legend. On Legend, the trophies are on the line. You're really having to save some attacks when things are going wrong. in friendly challenges, it's like, yeah, let's just do it again. I will check again, post the friendly challenge again. I will check again, everything. No one has seen the fail, right? Legend, well, you cannot just finish the attack and go next. This is not how it works. So I feel like it takes time. I'm not sure if they can fix that quickly, if another team is going to try to abuse that tomorrow. But at least for now, we have the first upset. With the next match, though, to move on, we have another match with all of us casters predicting one team. With the last result now, Woody, do you think we might see another upset? Or how safe would you think is that win? Is it 99.9?
Not 99.9. I won't be so bold to say that. Maybe I'll give a 75% confidence for a victory by early attack in this next one. Early attacks came over and above No Limit in the overall scoring for both stage 3 and 4. Early attacks did take a loss, but it was to the Clash champs. That was a 12-14 star loss. But besides that, they've been doing pretty well throughout the qualifier stages so far. No Limit took a loss to Tiririt Warrior. They also lost to HS Esports, also now in stage 5, and that was on a 10-11 scoreline. So very low scoring war. No Limit doesn't necessarily have the consistency that I think it would take in order to defeat a really strong team like Early Attacks, and that is borne out in their statistics here, right? You see Early Attacks with a 0.7 star lead on average stars scored. And with the averages obviously tipping in Early Attack's favor as well, it is going to be a pretty impressive performance if No Limit is able to overcome that and get the victory here, Maxi.
Yeah, absolutely right. 0.7 stars is actually quite a big surplus. Yeah, let's see if they can take advantage of that. So let's take a look at the whole roster with their individual statistics. We have Chihawa, Hiroya, Kuma, Yatta, and Hades on the early attacks lineup, and those are some impressive hit rates. Once again, just as in Clash Champs, all individual players have a hit rate that is over 50%, and Hiroya and Hades, the two highest hitting players there, with 78 and 74%. Let's see if they can live up to their expectations. We have seen some players with impressive hit rates today, seen fallen short then in the war attack when it actually matters. So we'll have to wait and see if they can bring this power into the actual war. But Judo, here is No Limit's roster.
Yes, another high-scoring team, and interestingly, I was just comparing the stats of both teams, and No Limit actually has almost a 10% less 3-star rate than Early Attacks. So we'll have to see whether they can spin that around, and I think you can see that reflected in the 3-star stats here. A couple of the players from Early Attacks up into the 70% 3-star hit rates. But I guess it's whether those couple of players, I mean, we've seen it in Clash Champs, their number one hitter didn't actually end up getting the 3-star. So you can have a couple of players that really pull up the stats, but if they don't happen to perform, it's consistency across the board, which you need, and that looked to me a little bit more steady with No Limit. So I would say we'll just keep a close eye on it based on what we seen last time. But I think it's going to be myself and Woody for this one. iTzu and Maxi. Great job on the last war, and I look forward to seeing you again afterwards and hearing your thoughts. But here we go, Woody. Let's see what we will be.
Let's go, Judo! I'm excited, man. Bring up the energy level. This is the last. This is the last team that we've got that hasn't yet had a chance in stage 5. We've got a bracket reset. We've got a clean slate. These teams are only going to play one war today. So they've been focusing for days, if not weeks, for this upcoming match. They want to be up and ahead on top like the other 3 teams that got victories already today. And wow, look at the community prediction. It's going to be 71% for Early Attacks against 29% for No Limit. Another clear tip in their favor. I don't know if the community is taking our cues or if they know that Early Attacks is going to be up and ahead, but No Limit have got their work cut out for them. Underdogs have gotten victories already today, though, and we can still see a surprise here. What do you think it would take for No Limit to overcome that hurdle and to get up and ahead? Is it going to be a surprise base build? Is it going to be a new attack strategy? Or is it just going to be consistent performance that needs showing here today?
iTzu bases. That's what they need. In we go, though, with no limit. I mean, 3 stars are what they need, ultimately, Woody, and they are beginning with the minions. Interestingly, just taking out this bottom part of the base, where we have the scatter shot, the multi, trying to get big value down there, and setting up pathing for his heroes to target the town hall, so he can then Lalo the rest.
Big old goal to be blocking for these heroes, and 2 lava loons to commit to this raid. The Battle Blade has got some great damage done already. That bottom compartment, big chunk knocked off there for Jibuya. And as the Queen's gonna path along the bottom right edge now, Unicorn to get her topped off and try to stay healthy in front of these point defenses. She might be able to make it all the way up to that monolith. Big defense to claim early on with a defensive king there to try to block for it. It's going to be an offensive king added on to try to get even more damage stacked in there, as the first stage of this attack is looking pretty good so far. 4 freeze spells that Jibuya has brought. He is really going to be putting the frost on this defense. It's a single target Inferno next to that Eagle Artillery over on the left side, so another good setup for La Lune. Not really concerned at all about the finishing blows here. It's just whether or not the setup early on is good enough. He's got 2 tricky air sweepers that he really is going to want to be taken out here. Archer Queen gets the early lock onto the Town Hall, though, first, and taking that out is going to be another big feather in his cap as he gets set up for the main attack. Here it comes, Judo!
There we go. Beautiful job to use the Archer Queen ability early in order to get the Town Hall down before the CC troops were annoying for him. He splits the Lalo. He sends in part of it from the west and part of it from the north, Woody. This is incredible. You see the RC and the Grand Warden up there, so the ability goes off. He can power through the Rage Tower, but try and get the Eagle down.
It is.
Would have been attacking that last if he went from this north side with everything.
What an interesting decision. You rarely see a La Lune split up like that. It almost always wants to be all collapsed onto the one single point, but seeing that there was a single target Inferno on that left side compartment, he wasn't worried about cleanup and is just willing to let the balloons do their work. Slow as they may be, they'll float on over, and that single target Inferno is not going to be fast enough to shut it down. A ground-based Expo is going to be even more that he can be happy about, because it can't fire away at these cleanup troops at all. 22 seconds left, and they got to make their way into the center very quickly. It's just those builder huts that have ultimately proven the last nail in the coffin for this offense. He's got 10 seconds left, and he's praying with all he's got to hope that he can get over this wall, but it is not going to happen. No Limit are going to be denied on time. That big clan castle in the center holding the banner high, and early attacks will keep their defenses up, even if just barely. He pushed that percentage all the way to 97, but a hit rate above 50% is not enough to carry Jibuya to victory in attack number 1, Judo.
Wow, so close. It looked so good as well for a moment there. Unfortunately, if he had have just started the Lalo earlier, because the hero part wasn't super pivotal of it, he would have indeed got that. But obviously, he has to focus on different parts of the base, right? Like, he had to make sure that Town Hall went down first. Really interesting approach. And here we go with the Nita hat for good luck. Let's see whether it does bring him that with the Super Dragons and Bat Spells, Woody. Interesting here. Trying to get the splash damage defenses with the Super Dragons. Wipe out the back end, because you can see multiple Wizard Towers dotted around the perimeter of the base.
Well, the Nita Bear hat gave him some good luck last week as well. Picked up the triple there, and I think he gave a little wag of his finger to his opponents as he started this attack, saying, you're not going to be able to fool me on this one. And even all these bats obliterating defenses out the right side. There's just no splash damage to shut them down. He's not even having to commit 3 spells. Bats do not take the topside air defense, though, and that's kind of some bad news for the Super Dragons here. I think he was really hoping that it would be able to go down. Just 1 freeze spell would have been enough to commit there, but Chikawa still has a plan. He's going to stick to it, even with the Monolith just obliterating these Super Dragons. There we go with another freeze down. Now he's finally going to start putting the pressure onto this base, Judo.
Yeah, I feel like the Monolith was his main target with the bats, having to freeze the Town Hall now because the Super Dragons splitting in each and every direction, not quite able to get that. He uses a freeze there, which wasn't really needed. So there are a bunch of freeze spells being used. because of the bats not getting the monolith. And you can see the Rage Tower just waiting to activate with the Expos and the Scatter Shot. That is not going to be good news for his heroes when he has no more spells to support. So it looks like this will start to fall short, and I doubt he's going to get up to the percentage we've seen in that first attack from No Limit.
You see the confidence just fading from his eyes as he starts scratching his head, wondering what he can do to try to salvage the 3-star from this strike. Throws on the Royal Champion at the last moment here, as the King will be able to power through along the outer edges. Going into the interior now, that's going to be a lot of damage that she's going to have to soak, and Chihawa is now going to lose his Barb King. Didn't even finish off the scatter shot. A few more spear tosses from this Royal Champion, and she will get the shield out as well, doing everything he possibly can, but there's still just so many defenses left, and with a giant bomb, boom, exploding in her face, Chihawa is left with egg on his face. A 2-star in the middling 80 percentages will leave No Limit in the lead for this first round, Judo.
Yes, an interesting start, but I am just looking at all the stats of the players, and one interesting point is Chihawa is actually the lowest scoring player throughout these stages of early attacks. Yeah, didn't bring him good luck. But actually, Jabuya is the highest scoring player of No Limit. So they have kind of flipped, if you will, in the opening attack, and they're only a couple of well, I say a couple, but 10 percentage points behind, and they still have all of their stronger hitters to come. Maybe that won't come into play, but an interesting point I thought I'd raise there after the first round of attacks.
Yeah, that is some really good background there, Judo. Knowing the strength of the attackers and when to put your best foot forward and when to save your best attackers for the end of a raid. Chihawa had a solid attempt there, but I think missing that air defense with the bats early on is just what led to those Super Dragons getting evaporated. We're going to be switching back now to No Limit, who have a lead, but not even by a whole star. Just that little bit of a percentage gap that they've been able to establish. This is a good spot if you're starting off as the attacker, because you can try to hold on to that lead throughout the entirety of the war. But a 3-star here is really what they're looking for if they're trying to keep their lead together in a clear and confident way. Balloons to snipe a couple buildings up on the top side. Looks like I'm not sure what the early stat was. There was a flame flinger dropped somewhere. Okay, there it is up on the top side, and a spell used earlier on. But he's just kind of slowly starting to pick away buildings along the outer edge as he sets up for this E-Drag strike. E-Drags really love to get lots of chain lightning value, and there seem to be quite a few alleyways in this base that can provide that for him. But switching away from Super Dragons to E-Dragons is the mode of attack for this next strike, as the Queen Charge is going to start off in the bottom corner next, Judo.
Yeah, I've seen this style of base relatively often, and I've seen Electro Dragons work against it pretty well as well. As long as they don't have to go through the town hall and they can kind of stick to the middle of the base and swoop through, they can be effective. But it really does mean you've got to micromanage everything else. Does manage to keep that Queen ability for the moment, freezing the monolith, and he turns her invisible. He's still got the recall spell, so once that town hall goes down, presumably he's going to try and whoop the Queen out of there. There we go, sending her to the west side of the base, and now with the town hall down, you can see the Queen continues to set the funnel over on the west, whilst the E-Drags move straight through, and hopefully he can push them through the middle of the base there, trying to get that clan castle really importantly.
It is a little bit sticky now with all the E-Drags kind of stacking onto the same target. They do a lot of damage, and so ideally you would kind of want them a little bit more spread so that that lightning can just surge throughout the base, striking every possible target within range. The fact that they're so concentrated is just going to be high voltage but low frequency. Javi is just evaporating now as all these dragons have just taken so much damage on the entry point that they are going to be going down before they can even make it halfway through. The monolith standing is now going to take down the Grand Warden. Phoenix will keep him up for a little bit longer, but I don't even know if they're going to get through the core of this base before they have to start relying on heroes up top.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Whenever they get drawn in towards that monolith area, they do just struggle a little bit more. I've actually seen people approach this base with an Electro Dragon to chain through the town hall and get the monolith behind it. Maybe that would have been a play he could have done, because he's obviously a fan of the E-Drags, but as you can see, with them going down, it's left the heroes with little you know, little they can do, essentially. There's just so much defense at Town Hall 15. It is crippling. And with his main push not getting the value, his heroes can't really push that percent much further.
I don't know what he could have done different, if there could have been a bat or a freeze spell or something to shut down that monolith, but I'm sure it popped at least 2 of those E-Drags. It took down the Grand Warden. It finished off the Royal Champion up top. That monolith was just oppressive, and No Limit have just really gone on their back heel now with a low 70% 2-star strike. Javi did not get what we needed against an awesome army like early attacks, and this is exactly what they were hoping for. A chance now to strike back and possibly come in over the top to make up the difference in percentage, or even get a triple on their next hit. Early attacks could really turn the tides in a very short amount of time now.
I think based on that attack, Woody, one thing that people at home might find useful actually is what you raised on the E-Dragons. When you are using the Electro Dragons like that, you don't want to put them all on the same spot. Whilst you do create a path for them to move through, you want to space them out a little bit, because under Rage, they will one-shot a lot of buildings. So if you have 5 or 6 Electro Dragons attacking the same building, and essentially one of them could have done the exact same thing, then you can see how you're not getting the best values. So it's definitely something for people to consider at home, just trying to space them out a little bit so they are chaining through the base as one wave rather than each going for the same thing. However, onto the next attack, early attacks wanting to, you know, push up that percentage, try and get their first 3-star, because us, the casters, the community, we all expect them to do well in this war. So let's see what they've got.
Well, Hades is here to bring the heat. He is ready to raise hell and gets that battle blimp all the way into the core compartment up top. Those super minions are invised up and are going to be firing away. The Town Hall goes down for the first star, popping off a bomb tower next, and the lock is good on the monolith. Finished that off, and that is exactly what you would want to see from an early strike. That big old blimp has done massive damage in the left side of the base, and he still held on to a freeze and a skeleton to give a little bit of a follow-up here now. Super minions did not annihilate the entire compartment there, but I think that they have done a great work starting things off. I don't expect that he was having to take down that CC. He did bring in Electro Titan, so that should be able to finish off the remaining troops that are in there if he gets good placement on it. A little bit of cleanup along the outer edges, and he has got a great funnel established now for these heroes to get some work done. The golem is down, and he is going to be charging in toward the core with the Royal Champion ready to toss that spear out. Eagle Artillery is going to be finished off, and it's, I don't know what could stop him now. We do have still a scatter shot over in that right side corner, but the super, oh my goodness, that's a big Tesla farm to worry about now.
Certainly is, and the scatter shot is about to be raged up as well. There is the Rage Tower. He's still got lots of Barbarians and the Ice Golem. What he needs to be careful of here is not driving too much in. He's not panicking, so this is a good thing. He could have very easily just driven too much into that compartment. He's letting his heroes get through it, and as long as he can protect his queen, he can then send in the Ice Golem with a few other Barbarians, protect that ability for the back end, and you see he's also holding on to that Headhunter for the defending king, looking really good at this point, to be honest, Woody.
Let's go, brother! He's got an Ice Golem ready to commit in there as well. So get a few shots from possibly that Grand Warden. Yep. Here come the Super Barbarians. They are raged up and ready to fight. Roaring through the final waves of this defense. Hades has done it. Hellfire spread across this domain, and he will get the 3-star. Won't be denied. Early attacks with the triple come in over the top with both the stars and the percentage advantage, and that is exactly what we all expected to see from them. Well done on that 2-minute 12-second strike with plenty of time for cleanup. That base was absolutely obliterated, Judo.
From start to finish, just a super impressive attack. The super minions got really good value, but also I want to point out how fantastic he was with the invisibility spells. It wasn't a case of just dropping them in the same spot. He was rotating them around, and even if you, maybe we'll get to see in the highlights at the end of the match, but the very last invisibility spell, he just caught the super minions, but didn't turn the Expo invisible. That kind of precision is not easy to get the hang of. So a really impressive attack all around, and No Limit now need a 3-star of their own. Battle Blimp to start off with the Yetis to pick off the enemy queen. potentially aiming for the scatter shot here, but is he going to have enough alongside the rage spell, Woody? I'm not sure. Oh, he just gets it.
It's a sweet snipe. He's committed exactly what he needed for that early strike, and with the queen ready to continue pushing along the top side, it's another easy air defense for her to grab on the outer edge of the space. Still have one at 6 o'clock, 3 and 9, so a couple more that he has to worry about. Holding on to a jump spell, interestingly enough, for this Laloon strike. He has enough healers to make that investment worth it for the queen. Oh, she's pathing toward the outer edge, though. Goes for that gold storage next. She should be able to get back onto the inside with a little bit of help from the funneling on that Barb King, but the major problem now is that there's going to be multi-target damage onto the healers. They can't heal themselves, of course, and so they really do require that freeze spell to keep them safe. And Invis on top of that as well, and Moro has had to commit a lot to make sure that this early charge works, but work it has, and we are going in now with, oh my goodness, an early pop on the Lava Hound out the bottom. Pups are going to have to defend for those balloons now as a big old black bomb obliterated it almost as soon as it was dropped. Teslas are popping up as well, and with a poison down to take care of the CC troops, he does just narrowly miss a few of those super minions. A little bit of bad news there. He does finish off the Eagle and Artillery in time, though, and with the Grand Wardens of Turtle Tome, he is just firing on all cylinders, Judo.
He just somehow got the town hall there. I was a little bit worried. Like you said, missing those super minions caused him a big problem with the queen just about getting the rage down, but he's really got no troops left here. A couple of balloons, they're not going to get close to that multi-target inferno, and the queen is about to start taking heavy damage because he's got no spells in order to support her. She didn't take the jump there initially, so he had to overcommit with the freeze, the rage, getting extra balloons in, but unfortunately, that means towards the back end of the base, he can't really support things. Not what he was looking for. You can see the frustration on his face as well, clearly, because this is where it all matters this weekend. It is double elimination, so even if they lose this match, they have another chance, but clearly, you don't want to go down to the lower bracket if you can help it. You want to just get that golden ticket, get to the World Finals, and obviously, push yourself up the prize pooling as well, Woody.
It's a big oof to just see those healers evaporate useless. All that army camp space committed. At least if you bring Hog Riders, they can swap off if the queen dies early, but when you have an aerial attack like this, they're just kind of floating there a little bit useless. And that is going to be the end of Moro's strike. A 2-star 77%. He is not going to boost his hit rate above 50% with that last strike. And this is more trouble now for No Limit, who started off with the first round doing pretty well. But early attacks have just been showing strength ever since then. And with a chance now for Hiroya, another one of their strongest attackers, to be moving in next, bringing in that big ol' army, it is going to be another aerial bombardment as the Laloon strikes continue in this war. Log launcher going to be rolling through, as well as some big lightning damage to shock the top level of this base, taking out an Inferno Tower and giving a little bit more softening for Hiroya's setup, as the bottom side will be the first to engage. Should be able to take out that enemy Urcha Queen with the queen of his own and an Ice Golem out in front to soak a few blows, but that scatter shot is giving me a little bit of concern now, as he's going to have to dive in pretty deep there to finish her off.
Yeah, with that Rage Spell Tower popping now as well, that's going to mean extra damage. But the log launcher is going to hopefully get through. I like the angle here. If he can protect it, it's going to damage not just the multi-target Inferno, but it should start to... Oh, actually, it doesn't. I thought it was going to just clip that single target Inferno, but as long as it opens up access, that's kind of what he was hoping for. The Archer Queen, though, she is probably not going to be drawn to that multi with the skeleton traps here. I think she might just dodge it and continue going, which is not good news for his Lalo. Yeah, she does. She's missed it, Woody. She's moving off to the right, so that multi-target Inferno he's now got to deal with. And it's going to cause huge damage because he can't split the Lalo too much. He has to have enough through the Town Hall.
Terrifying follow-up. He's doing his best to keep these defenses on ice. His free spells deployed. He's got a lot of spells left, so at least he's got that going for him. But still on the back end, those Inferno Towers are going to be tricky to get through. Pops a perfectly timed Eternal Tome and will get protection for those balloons. They do not split, and that multi-Inferno is just going to stand again. Even more difficult to finish off, and he has already committed his last freeze onto that topside scatter shot. Really needed to. I'm not sure what else he could have done about that. sends in 2 balloons at the bottom. Is that going to be enough to finish off the multi, even if he's dropped a haste to help him out?
The Rage Tower here, Woody, because the Rage Tower's reactivated, look. So there we go. Rage Tower goes off. And then by the time the other balloons get there, he can reinforce with his 3 with the haste. I think he's going to get it with a minute left. Oh, the Warden gets it before the balloons even need to. Easy.
Well done, Heroi. He even saved a couple of balloons. He knew that that Rage Tower was going to go down. Nice snipe from the Warden, even though Warden ultimately got finished off. It is this base that's getting finished off lastly, Judo, because a 3-star is on the books already for Heroi. Just got to wait and smile for the camera, as it is another clear victory for early attacks, coming out with 8 stars from their first 3 strikes. A 2-star gain over No Limit. Super happy to see him performing well when it matters most. And also want to give a shout out to our other co-casters out there broadcasting in other languages. We hope that you are enjoying the other community streams, and I can definitely say that Susie Gaming, now in the chat over with us on Twitch, deserves your love too. So thanks for her tuning in. Early attacks, though, have got a lot to be happy about, and with a 2-star pickup, I don't know what we could possibly see out of these next few hits from No Limit to try to turn this thing around. They would need to go perfect from this point out and just get some monster defenses. A lot to expect of them. But that bottom bracket is still going to see some amazing action later today and tomorrow, Judo. Happy to see what Joel does decide to do with his next hit.
Yeah, I guess when you think of No Limit's side, I mean, they did come back from losing in the previous stage, so maybe like you said, some teams just react better once they do have the pressure on them of the lower bracket. I know that might sound strange, but we have seen teams that do just perform better when they've got the pressure on them. So let's see what happens here and whether he can get a 3-star, maybe keep them in this. Like you said, it's really not looking good for them at the moment. Skeleton Spell will distract that Monolith with Baby Dragons trying to funnel the Queen. I mean, he did open the wall there, so clearly he wanted his Queen to step in towards the Monolith, but she's taking her time. She does thankfully turn around. I was not sure whether she would, but the Monolith will go down and he can breathe a sigh of relief as he can get back to his original plan here with the Super Dragons.
Oh,
maybe not.
Did he pick up the recall spell quickly enough to deny that black bomb? I don't know. It would be very close.
It's tough to see with all the healers right on top, so I guess we will momentarily find out. But typically after the first charge, the Queen is then moving through this kind of from the west to the south, shall we say, and the Super Dragons are absorbing a lot of the damage as well. So she's probably not going to be under as heavy fire at this point, but he's obviously got to shift his focus to the Super Dragons, and it's how much he can get to the Town Hall. He's got one of them up there with the Stone Slammer, but he's not going to get much more than that onto that Town Hall. He's obviously still saving the Royal Champion for the moment. I'm not too sure. Let's see here, Woody. Balloons pop. Is he going to get it? He has to freeze it.
He got some great fortune with the balloons catching some black bombs into the core of the base, and with the main engagement now done and over with, this base has taken a big strike from Joel. Still, I don't know if it's going to be enough. It was a surgical, precise strike out the top side with a recall spell to pivot over into the left. It looked pretty strong to start with, but losing that Archer Queen is going to be a big misstep now, and Joel is now going to have to try to power through 2 Infernos as well as a Scatter still over on the right side of the base, holding on to that King and Royal Champion ability until the very end. But without the Queen, I think it is going to be too much to ask of these heroes that still are left standing. Giant bombs exploding in their face, and Hades has sent him to hell in a handbasket as Joel's offense is now just evaporating, twisting his hair in disbelief as he tries to find some sort of momentum to get back into this raid. But I think it's going to be a 2-star finish, Judo.
Yeah, clearly trying to think of anything he could do to save the attack. But like you said, once you've seen the amount of defenses over there, it was clear it was not going to be a 3-star. It was really just how he could push the percentage a little bit. However, for No Limit, that's not enough. They are 2 stars behind. So at this point, they would need 1-star defenses. And essentially, it's looking like they're going down to the lower bracket.
81% 2-star finish, and that is once again not just going to be missing the star that they needed to try to get this thing back tied up against early attacks, but with the percentage dropping lower, you would have to see a 1-star defense from them now. Very unlikely to expect that against especially a skilled player like Kuma coming in next with 2 bases left to choose from and plenty of time so far in this war that he's been preparing to annihilate this base. Let's see what he has brought. It's going to be the dual hogs this time around with a stone slammer up in the skies, lots of rage spells, and even brought a skelly and a bat. It's going to be dropping those into the core now and finds a multi-target Inferno and the CC to go after. Ooh, almost playing it close with that invis spell, but did get it down just in time to make sure that they didn't die. Multi-target Inferno and CC have been finished off, so he got the value he needed as Judo.
He certainly did. Also gets the benefit of popping that rage tower as well, so that can expire before he gets there, or presumably doesn't have time to reactivate depending on where he attacks. Couple of balloons in order to snipe those defenses, set up the battle blimp moving in, just wanting to snipe the monolith. He will get that with the Yetis, and he's also popped the tornado trap there as well, so that can get out of the way. A couple of things going in his favor so far this attack.
Yeah, and with the power of these dual hogs, you don't need a whole lot to go in your favor. You just kind of need it to not go wrong. Kuma getting more good news as he catches a couple more Teslas that could have otherwise caused a bit of pathing concerns or additional damage on the interior of the base, but the heroes are going to deal them without much difficulty at all. 4 wizards and 13 sneaky gobs for cleanup along the outer edge, so it doesn't seem like he's worried at all about the cleanup. It's just going to have to be powering through the base with these couple of freezes, couple of invis. Bit of an unusual choice in spells for Kuma to be bringing to this one, but he must have a pretty good read on what he's going to be up against. With the queen now making her way toward the top, the invis is going to give her enough cover to be able to sneak on in past these defenses and finish off that town hall. Ability has been popped, and there it goes like a weasel. It goes down, and Kuma is going to get his bearings set for the 2-star at a minimum to keep early attacks going toward the win. Here come the hogs. They are storming in, Judo.
They are moving into the bit. A lot of giant bombs in this area, Woody, so maybe the Warden ability would have been useful. You can see the riders just flinging off the back of those super hogs. I believe he took that many sneaky goblins as a bit of a savior to the town hall, but he's taken so much damage in that compartment with the giant bombs. He really doesn't have much left here. Moving to this back end of the base, he uses the Warden ability with his rage, but does he have enough hogs to get through this?
I don't know, that multi is just being pretty oppressive, and there's not a whole lot that's targeting it. Finally, we get the little poison darts starting to take it down. Man, it's getting some great value raged up there right in the core, and I think that the Royal Champion is going to be the savior of this raid, powering through even with the hogs had a bit of difficulty down there. Grand Warden is sticking by her side like glue, and that is going to be it. A 3-star for Kuma, and he can rest easy tonight because he has done exactly what early attacks needed to finish the fight, bringing the total up to 11 stars now. And with no limit, only able to get 2 more to bring it to 10, we can call it a win already. That is gonna be it.
Wow, what a performance so far. I mean, we all picked them, but given the last match, you never know what was going to happen. They have really shown how good they are. And the heroes at the start, they're so calm with that attack. Being able to get just that much value, even though he took a lot of damage from the hogs initially, he just got too much of the base in the first instance that he couldn't really get it to go wrong. It's a little bit like what you said. You just have to make it not go wrong once you've got that initial value. They are so powerful, the Twin Hogs, in that situation. But here we go for No Limit, trying to pick up their confidence moving into the lower bracket. Can they finish strong with a 3-star here, Woody? Couple of rocket balloons picking off defenses initially, then the battle blimp trying to get right through towards that bomb tower area. Oh, I didn't know what he was going to have in there, but he does have the balloons and the Yeti to try and get the multi and hopefully a little bit more, but that's about it.
Yeah, it took
Gets
the multi
CC
down.
pull though.
And the CC is going to be super minions coming out of there. They do get poisoned, but that's not going to be enough to finish them off. They're still going to be floating through the skies and moving over toward that Archer Queen. She's got a giant out in front to try to block another poison committed down, and that should be enough to get the slowdown and stoppage effect that Loster is looking for here now. Baby Dragon up top to burp down a few more buildings and get some extra funneling job done for this queen. Would be pretty nice if she could go into the core and at least get a few shots against this Eagle Artillery next. Looks like it is going to be her next target as we set up for the Law Loon. Now it's going to be 2 of those big lavas up in the sky. Another shot at that air defense on the bottom side and maybe even make it all the way to the enemy Archer Queen. That Barbarian King is doing some good work as well. Eagle goes down. Royal Champion up top is going to get Diggy to help stun some defenses and try to take down this multi. But can she make it all the way through, holding on to that ability until the very last second? Pop it goes, and boom, boom, boom. It is going to hit that tower and knock it down. Lotzer's setting up for a beautiful follow-up next, but he's left the Town Hall standing, and that Monolith still right in the core. Could be problems for any remaining heroes that are trying to make it in.
You'd think he drew a straight line through the base and said, this is what I'm taking with my heroes, this is what I'm taking with my Lalo. Literally 50% of the base down from the heroes there. How well is the Lava Loon going to manage through this Town Hall, though? He does not have a haste or a rage to get them out the back end of it. And that's it. They don't manage to do anything.
What?
So this is interesting.
Interesting, but also really heart-wrenching for Losser, trying his best now to keep his head on straight. But it's just going to be a stretch and wait now as the balloons up the top side are just getting popped one by a scatter shot that will not stop. And Losther has lost this battle now with a 2-star in the middling 80%. He's just hoping for a bit more cleanup at the edges, but 10 stars total, and No Limit could not find a single base that they could 3-star. Early attacks and perfect defense will carry them on to a brilliant finish against No Limit in a very dominating position. Looking for that golden ticket. Early attacks need just one more win now, Judo.
They certainly do, and I can't help but wonder whether he could have just took his time a little bit more with the Lalo there. It seemed like he was worried about missing the Town Hall, and that's why the Warden ability was used, and the haste and the rage early as well. It was such a nice opener, very calculated. Every single troop to support those heroes were very well placed, but the Lalo just didn't seem to work out for him. Definitely not No Limit's day, but we'll see whether early attacks can get yet another 3-star, because I've got to be honest, they have really, really been impressive this war. You can't argue against it. All of their attacks have been, even the ones that haven't been 3-stars, have been really close and well thought out.
Well, this is not just going to be a victory lap. This could be the total smackdown from early attacks. If Yatta can bring these Super Dragons over a top and get the triple, that would be a 14-star finish. Best we've seen so far today, and a very strong message to send to their next opponents that they want that golden ticket. They are fighting for it, and with the best defense and maybe the best offense as well, early attacks could be the new favorite to claim it tomorrow.
They certainly could. They have alongside Strut, they have the highest average stats across the different teams. So that, if that's a sign for how good they are, then you can take it at that. But we did see earlier how, the stats, let's say, of Clash Champs didn't necessarily go in their favor. But let's see whether they can get that 14 stars, Woody. The Super Dragons, I feel they've been a bit on and off today. Some of the attacks, they've looked very powerful, and others, they've just collapsed in the middle of the base and not really got that value when the Rage Spell towers pop. But here we go, with the rocket balloons flying across to the Queen. Interestingly, just recalls her out of there, whilst the rocket balloons expire their hasted ability, and the super minions now just rotate across to the Super Dragons. He can take them out easily.
Well, early attacks is already bragging in their clan description thanks to the heads up from Eric. Take a look at them in game. They already say Yatta happy 3 stars and are feeling confident that this is going to be exactly what they need to get the finishing blow on No Limit. Super Dragon makes it to the Town Hall, and that is going to be all he needs to get the first star claimed. Second's going to be coming in shortly thereafter, but Eagle Artillery is raining down on these Super Dragons and causing a bit of problems here. Raged up into the core now. They're going to take more fire from these Inferno towers, and a single has locked onto the Super Dragon. It goes down, though. Just a multi up top to kind of worry about, and then an air sweeper that's going to be pushing them away bit by bit. He's not able to drop the skellies on that to try to take it down because the multi would provide too much defense for him to be able to finish that off. He's going to have a bit of difficulty now in the core, but with the heroes complementing this attack, I think he might just have it, Judo. Are you feeling good about the 3-star potential here?
I certainly am. I think he just needs to use these spells well and potentially... Oh, I was going to say maybe send the Royal Champion to the multi, but I guess he's a little bit concerned about time here as well, Woody. Only 40 seconds to get the rest of this base. Super Dragon's still helping, but with the enemy queen going down, the scatter shots soon to follow. I think it is almost a done deal. He's got 2 heroes, 2 spells. Surely he's got this, Woody, and he can finish off the war strong for early attacks.
20 seconds left. He's gonna get it, but it was looking a little close here. Holding on to a freeze and an invisibility last moment for a little bit of swag added on, and the fist pump is in. He will knock it down, and that is a beautiful strike. Yada with the triple, showing off the results on his screen there. He has done it. Early attacks with a 14-star completion have really come in over the top with a 4-star advantage over their opponents, making a very strong case that they are going to get that golden ticket tomorrow, Judo.
They are just 1 match away. If the teams win 2 matches this weekend, that's it. They have their golden ticket. So it is within their grasp. And you have to say, following that performance, you've got to be feeling good about it, Woody.
Well, let's go ahead and bring back our 2 brothers in arms, Maxi and iTzu. Why don't I go ahead and start with you, Maxi? Tell us, what are your thoughts on that last war?
Yeah, that was an amazing war, and it was incredible how well Clash Early Attacks did both on offense and defense, scoring 14 stars with 97.6% average destruction. That is the highest scoring war we've seen all day. And then at the same time, they were able to hold back No Limit to 10 stars. An incredible showing of their strength, and definitely, yeah, a sign to their opponent tomorrow, HST Esports, who they will have to face. What did you think, iTzu?
I mean, I can fully understand why you said Clash Champs in the beginning, because when I see this result, this is kind of the result we were somewhat expecting from the last match, right? Like, really, really clean and calm and collected victory overall. And yeah, I mean, this is exactly what people were thinking about early attacks. They are one of the favorites for sure for one of the golden tickets. And you were able to see that really clearly with those attacks in this match. They were really good, nice plans, great execution, making sure that they're getting all of those incredible attacks in. And it paid off. And they're one step closer to the big prize of this championship qualifier, of one of those 4 golden tickets. Only 1 more win, and that would be the top 8 at the end of this year then.
Well, here they have done it with another chance to look at the replays, and just one of the most beautiful end screens that you could possibly hope for. Only 12% missing from Chihawa's attack could have made this the incredible finish that a 15-10-star war would have possibly been. They'll leave that maybe for another war in the future. Early attacks showing off incredible strength and overwhelming firepower against this No Limit army, which has just not found any connection out of any of their hits so far, Maxi.
Yeah, absolutely right, and it just means that early attacks, they don't have to change anything for tomorrow, you know, they did everything perfectly, but of course they can prepare now for their opponent, they can take a look at their hits today, and they can maybe switch it up a little bit, maybe they can decide on the bases they use, they can put different clan castle troops, or change up the trap placement a little bit. On the other hand, No Limit, they really have to wonder what can we do better on our offensive side. So maybe take a look at the bases, analyze what went wrong. Was it the planning? Was it the execution? And then, you know, they have 24 hours basically to... How many hours does a day have? 20? Was it 25 or 24? No, just kidding. They have 24 hours to prepare until tomorrow and can change maybe a little bit, but it's not a lot of time, you know, to come back from 10 stars. But enough about the match that we were seeing before. We have a elimination match at hand now, Judo.
Yes, and take a look at those averages. This is definitely the most even match, shall we say, in terms of the stats that we have seen so far. And it will be myself and iTzu, sorry, taking you through this one. iTzu, what's your initial thoughts on this match then? VN, Esporting, and Empire. We've seen them both attacking today. Arguably, I would say VN Esporting a little bit more promising in their match that they lost. But what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I feel like overall, VN Esporting looked better in their match today. Let's see if United can like change up their plans and stuff again. But overall, we have seen today so many times that stats over the pass of the tournament does not matter anymore. At this point, any of those teams can beat any other clan in this competition. They are all incredible, really, really strong players. Now the question is, can they perform under pressure? As we have the first attack happening really, really soon then. And we saw as well the community prediction. I think they were as well with VN Esporting, if I saw this right. Let me double check quickly. No, they were actually on the side of United with 55%. So surprise there, United are actually starting things off. And we have Ohe again with the Mass Yeti and Super Archer strategy.
Let's see if it works out in this match. And you said it right, iTzu. The pressure is on because let's remember, this is the last match of today. It is the lower bracket. Whoever loses this is out. They do not get their golden ticket. So everything on the line here as the Yetis and Super Archers trying to get good value here initially. I'm not sure he's even going to get the Eagle down there. Log Launcher obviously trying to give him access to the Town Hall. RC now having to come in, but it feels like he's lost a lot of his troops already, iTzu.
Yes, and the Monolith now is on his queen. He has to force that ability. There goes the Earthquake. Typically, we see the Earthquake getting used with the logs itself. But this Town Hall has to go down first. And wait a second. That Town Hall is not looking like going down. There goes the invisibility. Maybe he can keep his troops alive long enough to get that Town Hall. Otherwise, again, if we talk about the bats, how much more splashes there is the Wizard Tower, is the Scatter, and that's pretty much it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the idea. And you see the Scatter Shot obviously has the Dead Zone as well, so the bats can take that out. He's got a freeze spell, and the Wizard Tower is on the Ice Golem. So the bats can hopefully just move through the base. Have you seen the Tornado Trap yet, iTzu? I'm assuming it was close to the middle of the base there somewhere. Yeah. Either way, they're taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, like overall Expos, the fire rate of them is really, really high. So even though it's not a splash damage defense, like Wizard Towers, for example, they can be still really, really annoying versus those bats. And it seems like another base, which is defending this Yeti, Super Archer, and bat strategy for him. It's going to be another defense. This time around it's for VN Esporting, and they have then the chance on their side to get that first 3-star for this match in. But this one, he's getting some more percentage, but in the end it's going to stay way below the 90% mark.
Yeah, he's got a couple of other troops he can use around the side, can't he? But it's not going to be the start that United needed. They just about got the community prediction on this one. Like you said, 55% of you in the chat thinking that United Gaming would take this. But an 85% 2-star is below the average we've seen today. And if they don't want to be eliminated, they've got to do better than that.
That is right for sure. They have to somehow improve the attacks and the plans overall. But, well, let's see now what VN Esporting can do with their next attack and what type of bases we're going to see. I feel like overall we're going to see some more ring bases for some teams, especially with how they have defended over the day so far. But is it going to be used in this day? Like, is it going to be used in this match? More like with Dani going in first. He's one of those Queen Charge attackers as far as I remember, and indeed, he's going with the Queen Charge with the Twin Hogs versus this base. The number 3 of United with the Blimp to start things off. And he's finding a lot of defense, a lot of traps. Is that going to be enough to get that Scatter, though?
Reached up Yeti, gets the Tesla. I think he... Ooh, do they go to the Wizard Tower here, iTzu? Oh, no, they do go to the Scatter. He just about gets it. Now his Archer Queen can take out those Skellies. Managed to get a Seeking Air Mine there with the Coco Loon. And he can just take a moment to allow the Queen to walk through. This is a big attack for VN Esporting if they can indeed get one of the 3 stars. Because I think... Thinking back to before this match, I said that VN Esporting did better, but actually they only got 10 stars versus Strut, didn't they? Whereas United, I believe they got a couple of 3 stars. But like we've said, it all comes down to the individual match. Arguably for this attack, it's going pretty good so far.
Oh no, he actually placed a rage instead of a poison, which means this is 1 rage less. I don't know what's going on. Is it the caster curse? Is it the nerfs? We don't know, and the healers are going to switch as well. This is always going to happen when you send a huge group of troops near that queen charge. He has to rage her up again. The Barbarians and the King are tanking right now. The Hogs are going through, and at least we all know that, right? The healer staying on the Warden, full HP, staying on the Warden. No switching. I don't know what's going on there, but hey, the Warden is full HP healers. You can switch to those Hogs if you want to.
Got a couple of them peeled towards the Monolith. Can he? No, he's not going to get that down, and it's really going to be unfortunate here. If he can get a couple of these Hogs to get more of the back end, maybe he can turn the RC invisible and still get this. It's not completely out of the question, but like you said, a couple of errors there. Right as I said the attack was going well, makes this closer than it needs to be. He looks frustrated. Has he put that invisibility spell in incorrectly or something? Because I think he can still get this. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's still like frustrated about this 1 rage. Saving still things. Really, really good recovery. Swagging the 1 rage just because he knows that he is that good. And I'm obviously kidding, but still really, really good recovery right there. Getting that first 3-star on the board for VN Esporting. And this is exactly what we're expecting from this team. Now it's back to United. Now it's back to the team who has struggled today so much. And the question is, can they somehow recover? Can they somehow get a 3-star on the board versus VN Esporting?
That is the question, and that was a great, like you said, a great recovery to be able to get the 3 stars. And they have a ton of experience, don't they? So when it matters, elimination match, getting the 3-star, and now we have Khan, who looks like he's just lying on the floor doing his attack. Can't say I've ever attacked lying down, so maybe that's his thing. See what he can do with these Super Dragons.
Yeah, this is always the crazy thing, right? About like every player has their own comfort zone about like how you want to attack. We have seen like players attacking from bed. We have seen players attacking from their desk. Like, I don't know, like if I don't attack from my desk, like it's not going in my favor. Let's put it that way. But let's hope that this attacking position is exactly what he's looking for as he's recalling that queen from the far left side, creating that pathing, taking down the air defense right to the bottom side to take down the second air defense and create the pathing so he can have his queen walk towards the town hall would be my guess, and then have the Super Dragons funnel that queen. That would be my assumption right now.
Yeah, he's got the blimp as well, so I'm guessing he's going to blimp right over the top for the town hall. But one thing I found with the Super Dragons today, I was just saying this to Woody too, is that the attacks have been so sporadic with the Super Dragons today. Sometimes they've got huge value, and then other time they've just fell on their face. So how do you think this one's going so far with the dragons splitting up the way they have? Just gets that multi.
I mean, with the town hall not going down,
the town hall.
I was clever enough to wait a little bit because with the town hall not going down, I can't give you a clear answer. I don't think that this is planned right now, and he is having quite a bit of problems, especially now with the triple Ice Golem clan caster delaying things, and he's in range of the town hall. He's in range of that monolith, and can he get the town hall down?
Oh,
yes,
he got it! Wow. She was just about to switch to those ice golems. I could see it in her eyes. She was about to switch to them, but he just gets it before the monolith takes that queen down. He now pops the ability. He's still got a super dragon on the left side, but with everything taking just so much damage, he's not really going to be able to finish this one off. And what do you think? Maybe only into the 70s, I feel, this attack? I think the baby dragon could have been used a little bit further up away from that air defense, and he'd have got a bunch more buildings. Exactly where he's put those archers.
Yeah, overall, this has not really worked out as intended. To be honest, I have not seen really the idea of the plan. Like, I don't really know what he tried to accomplish with this as the queen. Like, he started really early on with the super dragons. He has not raged up the queen, so it looked from an outside somewhat obvious that the super dragons would split. But then again, there's a reason why I don't use dragons and why dragons are trying to avoid me, because whenever I use them, they prefer to leave the battlefield than actually doing anything for me. So this is kind of like what the relationship looks like. So overall, it wasn't the best percentage for Khan either, and this means it's another defense for VN Esporting, and they are up again. Already having one 3-star on the board, and Demo is up next, and they can even get another one, really putting up pressure on United.
That would be huge at this stage, because remember, I've already said it, but this is elimination time, and we are going with the Super Barbarians. This is a strategy we've seen quite a bit more success with today, and you can see on this base, they can pretty much get access to everything if he gets the value from this blimp. Manages to freeze the air sweeper perfectly so he can get exactly where he wants to be, and then as long as he gets this value, he should be good to go. Super Archer's getting cloned and invisible. Let's see what they can get.
That's now the question. The Warden still sniping down some defenses. Another invisibility spell. So far, this looks really, really good. He can reach most of those major defenses. Town Hall should go down. We had recently the blimp change with the interaction with traps. With now landing on top of traps, you now lose 2 of the super archers, depending on what type of super archer blimp you're going to use. But you can still clone the one surviving super archer, which still gives you the majority of the power of the blimp. But it's a little bit weaker now. But I think he has still gotten, with this blimp location, most of the things he was looking for with that opening, but he has lost the Warden ability due to that. Is that worth it? We will see as he's approaching this first multi-throne tower, and the Rage Tower being in a really strange position, trying to get triggered. Will be triggered any second then.
Yeah, he would have really liked to have had that just a split second longer of the troop, whatever it was that was trying to activate it, then it wouldn't have been raged up. So, like you said, without the Warden ability, sometimes you can run into big problems, and he's got to save a bunch of troops, or have a bunch of troops left over, because look at the back end Monolith and Barbarian King. That is not going to be easy for him to get through.
Yeah, it's not easy indeed. The Queen going around the outside, though. The bomb tower is going to give him a really rough time, taking all of those Barbarians out in just a second. He will still have the Phoenix ability, but what did you
He's only got a minute left, iTzu.
Yeah. It is.
Is he going to have enough time to get around to that area of the base? I feel this is going to be a relatively low percentage given the time.
This is always like the risky thing with those type of blimps, right? Like, if you invest that Warden, you have to have a crazy follow-up, and with the Rage Tower in the middle, like non-stop being able to like put out the damage, I'm not sure if there's going to be enough. We all know Super Barbarians are insanely strong, and especially really quick. But I feel like in 30 seconds with the remaining defenses up, I am not sure if this is going to be possible. But the heroes are trying everything to make this work with the Royal Champ, with the perfect split, going for the multi-throne tower finally. The Queen is barely not going down her ability. And now, maybe 15 seconds, maybe it's going to work, but
maybe I called it.
Double skeleton trap popping up, and I feel like this might be the saving grace right there for Danny.
It certainly was. Oh my god. You've got to say, though, to Demo, I think he did a great job of saving the Barbarians. And towards the end, when he realized time was running out, just blasting those outside buildings. You referenced that in a previous attack. But once you're going for percentage, just forget about the defenses. Why would you go into damage when you can take non-defenses on the outside? So 94% will still keep VN Esporting in the lead thanks to that 3-star. And United Gaming really need a 3-star of their own here, otherwise it's going to slip away from them and they would be out of the tournament.
That is 100% true. And with Giannis being the next attacker and 3 bases left to go, let's see who is he going to pick and what strategy is he going to bring and what plan he is going to try to go for. He is going in with the 26 Hog Riders. And for all of those new viewers who just recently joined us in this stream, those event troops, the Hog Wizards, for example, or the Lava Loon, or the Witch Golem, all of those troops, unfortunately, are not allowed in this tournament because, trust me, it would get really, really offensive heavy if those type of players are getting those really strong troops. So I think it's just better for us to enjoy those attacks as they are right now. And with this one, the setup has worked. He's about to place his healers. Don't place them too early, please, otherwise they're going to go for the king. This obviously has never happened to me. This is why I know about it. But, well, the king is doing his job. The queen is doing her. And she's about to charge into the scatter. But already 40 seconds gone off the attack, Judo.
40 seconds indeed, but he's got a lot of experience. Now you can see the healers coming in. I'll be honest, I miss seeing Giannis's Suilalo attacks. I always used to enjoy seeing that, but obviously in the current meta, it's just incredibly difficult to perform. Queen charge, though, equally difficult. He's got the Lalo, which is going to... the Lava Hound going to slow him up a little bit whilst he's taking damage from the scatter, but thankfully the Queen still out of range of the major defenses. But time continuing to tick, and that's the issue with the Lava Hound, is it just absorbs even more time from your attack, which, as we've seen numerous times today, time is of the essence.
Yes, that's right. Time is ticking. You have only those 3 minutes overall, and time is never on your side. Like, trust me, time is never on your side as an attacker. But for now, he's still having a jump, so he still has really big plans for his queen. But it's only 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Like, he would like to charge the entire base, but he would like to have 5 minutes of attacking. But sadly, there's only 3, which means the Hogs have to be started, and they're starting indeed into a double multi-Inferno Tower with a Rage Tower and even a Scatter right behind. Nicely distracting the Scatter for now. The Battle Drill is in, but the Town Hall is still on the back end.
Yeah, pops the Grand Warden ability. I mean, he has to in that area. There was obviously going to be giant bombs. You can see the Queen taking a bit of damage, but he had the invisibility spell in time, keeping his Queen ability. Invisibility tower pops, but he just about gets the monolith. But where does the Queen go here, iTzu? She goes to the outside because the Town Hall's invisible. She comes back. Oh my goodness.
He comes back for 30 seconds. 30 seconds, Judo. The bomb tower is going down. She has to step inside the Town of Poison now. The Royal Champion is staying alive, though, for now. Royal Champion, if she could stay alive, that would be massive. But it's 15 seconds. Still one Hog to play. He's trying to save it for cleanup, but at this point it's not getting saved anywhere because there is nothing to clean up with only 7 seconds left. And this looks like yet another defense for VN Esporting. Their bases are holding strong. Their bases are just not getting a 3-star. And this now means they're up to 6 stars, but not after 2 attacks. Like we have seen recently from some other teams, it's after 3 attacks. Only 2 stars so far from United. Now it's back to VN Esporting, and they could possibly get a second 3-star already.
They certainly could, and this is what they need. Moving into, I mean, they're going to have a more difficult ride in the lower bracket, right? I mean, the teams have to win 2 matches in order to get their golden ticket. So we're going to have tomorrow all of those tickets handed out. And if VN Esporting wants one of them, they have to win this match in style to give themselves the confidence, because we've seen some fantastic wars so far today. Let's see what iPro can do with this one. Quickly deploying his Queen next to the enemy king, using a headhunter to slow that down, but is he going to need a spell here? iTzu actually just uses the queen ability. Interesting.
Yeah, deciding to use the queen ability. Sometimes like you can do it to speed things up, especially have to go through a king like this, but at the same time, this means you need to pay attention like 100% for the remaining of the attack, because there is no second chances anymore. The only good news for him is he does not need to charge into a rage tower, at least in the beginning. There goes the... Oh no, oh no, he is panicking and things are going horribly wrong. He wanted to freeze, but dropped an invisibility spell instead. Things are going horribly wrong. He wanted to charge the town hall instead with a jump. And at this point, it's full recovery mode and get as many percentage as possible.
Yeah, and the problem is he has to make sure he gets the percentage for the town hall to activate as well for his hog riders, right? So that's kind of a thing he's got to be looking at now. I mean, the closer he gets, the hog riders will be taking defenses en route, and then he can have the wizards behind to clean up as well. So he should be relatively good to go soon. But like you said, just dropping that wrong spell meant the queen went down. If he can get this multi-target inferno before he starts, then the hog riders, I'd say they have an easy ride, but they really don't. He's got to path them correctly to that town hall, get a good spread on them. He's using the royal champion, try and steal that last healer before it goes down.
Yeah, healer got... I mean, we have now the bomb tower. Is he going to use the warning ability for that? Or is he going to wait for the... No, okay, he has not used it. This is a lot of damage on those hogs. He's now raging things up. He's at 49%. 50%. He needs 51. There goes the town hall. Town hall's activated. That's good news for him. Another rage has been invested, but the town... No, never mind. The hogs are going not for the town hall. Town hall's down. 60% is next. But this is really not the highest percentage. Good news for him is that they are still in the lead when it comes down to 3 stars.
Yeah, I was going to say, even though it's a lower percentage, at least he got that 2-star, because that's the main thing. If he didn't, you know, there's a chance they would have been behind on the percentage at that point, but VN Esporting have got that 3-star. So just because he got the 2-star, they are still in the driving seat at this point with 2 attacks each to go. And hey, sometimes things will go wrong for a player. That's where the team really comes in to step up and help get the victory.
That's right. In the end, it's a team game. 5 versus 5. Sometimes you fail. Sometimes your team has your back. And this is all about really being able to trust each other. With this 70%, the percentage overall is dropping a bit lower for his team. But still, this is not the biggest issue since they're still in the lead when it comes down to stars. Now it's back to United, though. We have Danny going up next. It's only 2 attacks left for each team. Can they turn this around? Can they get the first 3-star in this match somehow in?
I don't know how they do it. The matches just get so tense in terms of what's on the line here and how close it can get. I know VN Esporting has that star, but the percentage is so much closer now. And if Danny can hold it together in 3-star here, then we have some exciting finishing attacks on our hands. Lavaloon it is, using the lightning spells, which we have seen a little bit more today in terms of the Zap Lalo. So let's see what he's going for with 6 lightning spells. Just kind of scanning around the base. Anything pop out to you instantly, iTzu?
With the 6 lightnings, I would assume... I would just wait a bit long. Okay, I assume he goes for the Rage and the Expo around the Eagle, because this looks like the obvious choice. I don't know yet what I would do as... Okay, as a follow-up, I would do the... Okay, I'm kidding at this point. But overall, try typically go for the far side. And I'm not sure with the opening. I think he tried to go for the zaps onto the multi-inferno tower as well. Like, there is some lightning combinations which are just insanely hard to pull off. I feel most of the time you see the classic lightnings, right? Which are 2 tiles diagonal, for example. But you can even zap 1 further tile if you perfectly place it. And I think this is something which it could have been, but the log launcher is under attack.
Rocket Loons are just taking out the log launcher. He's not going to get access through to anything there, which I'm guessing he wanted. Wallbreaker is going to send his queen off into the wrong compartment. Ooh, I mean, I guess he just didn't want to use the poison there, but the CC troops, I'm not sure why he would have been saving it, to be honest. Going from bad to worse for Danny of United Gaming, and he is full on just trying to get towards that town hall and get the 2-star. He's got to be careful. It's going to activate, and the balloons don't really have an easy ride. Warden ability, sure. Yeah, he's got the Warden there in range, so he can get that 2-star.
That's right. The town hall is down. The scatter, though, is a little bit threatening right there, but there's just so many loots. It looks like. Does the Mono go down though? That's the question. But with the Hound as well live, I mean, yeah, it shouldn't matter at all. Like, it's still 4 loots left. This attack was crushing, and he is now 2 out of 2. Like, he has 3-star I think earlier already as well. Like, really impressive getting that 3-star in the earlier match, and now as well trying to somehow get his team back into the same performance as last week, as the last weeks actually in the last stages, because today so far the performance is not looking that good. But now this is putting pressure on VN Esporting because their percentage was so low.
Exactly, and I'll be honest, iTzu, I haven't used Lava Loon since Town Hall 14, basically. I thought he was just full sending towards the Town Hall, but he clearly had a plan to overwhelm that base, because that was so impressive, the way he was able to do that towards the end. And like you said, now the pressure is back on VN Esporting, given that attack. But it's a team game, as we mentioned. Can they step up, have his back, and make sure they get the victory? Because, again, there's 3 attacks left. The loser of this match, they're out. They're not going to Helsinki.
That's right. They're not going there. It's the last chance for both of those teams. And he's starting with the Skeleton Donut in the middle of the base versus Clancaster and Monolith. The Monolith is down. Skeleton up next. So the beginning is looking good for him. And the mass Hog Rider attacks, the more mass Super Hog Rider attacks actually get this follow-up later on then. And can he get the tower? That's the next question. With the Queen, I'm not sure. King so far is following in. And the Queen is maybe placed somewhere. No, the Queen is not placed just yet. He's still waiting with it. Now the Queen is down.
Yeah, I think with the funneling, he wants the King round into that compartment. And then with the King ability, maybe he can get the Town Hall with the King. There's the freeze in order to help, but there's obviously a lot of skeleton traps along this area. The Queen is going to have to walk around with the defending Royal Champion. Let's just see how it plays out. King ability now goes there, though, and he should be able to get the Town Hall. Queen has the invisibility, so can keep her ability for that defending Royal Champion. And then this now looks a lot better since he's got that Town Hall.
Yep, this is looking for sure way better with this setup. The Queen still moving forward. If he's... Oh, there is no freeze. I was about to say, if he's going to freeze that Eagle, multi-inferno tower part of that base, this could be incredible, even keeping their Queen alive. But I mean, it's not bad having the Unicorn transition over to that Royal Champ. Okay, never mind. It's going down. But either way, we have the Super Hogs going. They're flying with spring traps. But is it going to be enough power for the back end?
That is the question. He's happy. I mean, I have to say, the Rage and the Warden ability was perfect up there to get them through that heavy damage area. And there is so many Hog Riders. This little Wizard Tower is not going to stop him. The RC ability can get through the final defenses. And there we have another 3-star for VN Esporting, putting them back in the lead with that star. If they 3-star the next attack, they win outright. But United Gaming have to try and get another 3-star to keep that pressure on.
That's right, they have to keep the pressure high to really make sure that they are looking as good as possible for the last couple of attacks. Alec, incredible attack, really nicely done, giving his team again the lead they really need in this head-to-head match, in this elimination match. So let's take a look at the last attacker for United Gaming versus Demo. Can he somehow pull this off? Can he somehow get his team the pressure they need on the VN Esporting lineup?
Well, I think you had mentioned in the previous attack, in the previous war, he's one of the highest hit rate players. So if anyone can do it, perhaps he is the one for the job. One final attack. The pressure on. You've got to 3-star, otherwise you're going home, most likely. Let's see whether he's got what it takes. The attack will be starting momentarily, and it is the Super Dragons.
Okay, it's Super Dragons, but with the recall spell, it's 4 healers, no additional healers whatsoever. He's queen charging for that eagle, then going to recall to somewhere different. Where is the next recall location? That's the question. But the queen has to get that eagle out, and maybe even an air defense. Let's see how far he's letting that queen charge.
Yeah, I guess that's the beauty of just starting on a symmetrical base like that. You can watch, see where the queen goes. Once she's got that main target in that of the eagle, maybe let her get a few of the defenses around the area, and then you can recall from there. So I think she's actually going to go up towards the other air defense. And I believe, I mean, the Super Dragons tend to be relatively fast, so I think it's worth him allowing the queen to get that before he recalls, but maybe not. She's now taking damage from the monolith. Oh, yeah, decides to take her out so as not to waste that ability.
Yes, but this has been a long time where he had queen active, which means it's already 1 minute gone. Whenever you're doing those type of attacks with a recall spell, time is always going to be against you. Like, time is always going to be a big issue. Right now, he's trying to save rages, as he has only 3 rages left. Placing the king as well. There goes the skeleton spell. It's a little late, so he's losing the queen ability. But there goes the dragons, trying to push the queen into the right direction. She even goes inside that scatter compartment, but she's now in danger with the raised up scatter. And there goes the blink.
Just caught inside the water ability. Let's keep an eye out. Make sure the tornado is not going to catch it. Getting towards that town hall, looking relatively safe. We've got a couple of Super Dragons onto that monolith, so that will go down relatively soon. Town hall instantly destroyed. Still got a few Super Dragons. Can they get through to that? Looks like they should get it. The multi and the clan castle. It's not looking too bad here, iTzu, but like you said, time is probably the main factor.
That's right. Time is always an issue for those type of dragon attacks. The air defense, which in the beginning left standing, is firing on those Super Dragons. That's dealing a lot of damage. The rage tower on the back end has been triggered. The queen ability is not there anymore, and the scatter just shoots once. And this queen is gone. Can the Royal Champ now carry this back end? There goes the skeleton trap on defense. The freeze is still there. Can he overpower this? That's the question, Judo.
I thought he might have froze the scatter shot, and the queen there does finally do it. Just about keeps his Royal Champion alive. Maybe it... Well, I guess he was maybe keeping an eye for his healers as well. That falls, and with 20 seconds, he certainly should be able to do this. Come on, I'm trying not to jinx too much. There it is, the 3 stars for United Gaming, but VN Esporting, they can still win. They just need their 3-star, because percentage, it's pretty close. Well, I mean, can they win on a 2-star? I think they can win with 90... What would it be? I guess we'll find out. 90-something percentage, I believe, right? 92-ish?
Maybe Maxi is good with numbers. He will let us know.
Yeah, we need Maxi. Drop it in Discord, Maxi.
Or the chat will let us know. Twitch chat always knows. They always know those things. But we have Hawk in. We have the Zap Titans. This is one of his favorite attacks. This is one of the attacks he was really known for, especially in High Legend. So let's see if he can pull this off. Make sure that they're getting this 3-star for high enough percentage. Maxi said 87 2-star for a tie, 88% 2-star for a win. Let's see if he's getting those percentages, or maybe he's even getting the 3-star. You will see.
Yeah, so not as high as I thought, but here we go with the Flame Flinger. I've got to say, I always love when you use the hero to take out some defenses initially and then set up the Flame Flinger. I just find it so creative when the value is there for the Flinger. You just have to, think outside the box a little bit, shall we say. So he's looking for that to take out the entire left side whilst the Titans run in from the right. And this you could see the plan. Let's put it this way. Let's see if it all comes together for those 3 stars.
Yeah, with the healers staying on the Titans for now. Where are they going next? That's the question. We have the entire core getting healed from those huts. The Titans are going in. The jump is there. Everything is still getting healed. We have the king on the outside going for the defending king. The Titans are still going through. The town hall is not under attack yet, if I see this correctly. So he still has to do something about the town hall. Right now, he seems to not really worry about that as the Titans are going through, as the Titans are just gone. And this is not looking as good anymore with the town hall still going down and the Royal Champ already placed.
Royal Champion place. He's got the flinger. I wonder what's inside that flinger. Once it gets the Archer Tower down, it will move to the Town Hall. We can't quite see the health. It's not... It's got a little under a quarter. I don't think that's enough to get a Town Hall, but the troops inside will go straight for the Town Hall. So it just depends on what's in there and what traps are around it. This is a nervy moment. Remember, he needs 88% for the win. Ooh, is he even going to get that, iTzu? He's got the wizard and the witch on the outside. The town hall falls to the flinger, and his other troops can run to the outside. Then maybe he needs 10 more percentage points to get that.
Oh, the witch trying her best. Witch, come on, get more percentage. The flinger
for the witch.
is out. The town hall should go down. But those troops are going directly into the town of poison. And I feel like those troops are not getting the percentage needed. He has a sneaky goblin, he has hogs, he has a freeze. But this is not the percentage they needed. And this means the percentage is in favor of United.
Wow, what a closing attack to this. Super, super close throughout the tournament. Throughout the match, they really were just falling behind, but it is actually going to be a win for VN Esporting, iTzu, because unfortunately, due to failing to meet requirements for the integrity camera feeds, United Gaming have actually been disqualified. So it is actually VN Esporting, despite not quite getting the percentage there, that get the victory.
That's right. So, in esporting in the end, a couple of percentage short, but there has to be cameras in action. You have to be connected to those to really prove that you are the person who is attacking. Nothing wrong is going on. So, in the end, this means United Gaming is going to be disqualified. But let's get the other 2 casters back in here to see what they think about the action in general, like with the match, as there were some really good attacks in there.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
You guys called it right ahead of the action. This was going to be the closest war that we had seen so far, and down to the very wire at the end on a percentage possibility, swinging one way or the other. Ultimately, it came down to something that was other than war performance that decided the finish, but it was extremely close, and we can definitely give a congratulatory clap on the back to VN Esporting, which will be advancing now through this lower bracket with still a possibility of claiming a golden ticket tomorrow. It is going to be a difficult run, though, because they still need to get another win in the lower round before they can get on to that golden ticket. They'll have to face off against a team dropping down from the upper bracket. Those 4 squads up top all had relatively confident wins. And even on the bottom side there, Clash Champs, another very strong team that will be going up against No Limit tomorrow, has got a very strong opportunity to still get the victory as well.
Yeah, well, good news for VN Esporting. They don't have to fight against Clash Champs to get their golden ticket, I guess. Usually that is good news for a team, unless you are HST Esports. But yeah, that was a very close finish indeed from Hawk, but I don't know, it didn't feel like he was showing any pressure, you know what I mean? So I don't know, maybe they got this information already, that it might not even come down to this attack, because as iTzu said during the attack, it didn't seem that he was worrying about the Town Hall takedown too much. I mean, maybe it was just because he was confident that the Flame Flinger would eventually get it, but yeah, it was a little bit confusing to me. But yeah, we've got our winners for today. We've got 1 team eliminated, that is United, and other than that, all 7 teams we've seen today are still in it to win it.
Exactly. And I feel like we've seen impressive performances from each of the teams as well. So it could definitely be anybody's game, I feel, tomorrow. But we can start giving our final thoughts on the matches and then tell everyone exactly what they can expect tomorrow. iTzu, do you want to start with your thoughts from today's matches?
Sure. I feel like overall we had really good matches. Something which I like the most, I feel like overall, is that not only the players on camera, like who are doing the attacks, are mattering, but as well the team behind the scenes, like deciding who's like what type of base is the best choice, like testing the bases as well, like all of that stuff is such an important thing. So a huge shout out to all of those teams behind the scenes, like really making those players shine as much as they do on the big stage and really give them the opportunity to do those great attacks. And I mean, those matches in general today, they were insanely close, and I cannot wait for tomorrow because there's still 4 golden tickets who want to be given away. So this will be quite epic, Woody.
It sure will. It's pretty incredible that it takes almost the entire year for their first 4 golden tickets to be given away to the community champions, but then 4 more are all given away on one single day. Tomorrow is the biggest qualifying day in the entire Clash of Clans calendar, and I really hope that you will tune in alongside me to watch it. I won't be casting it, but I do want to say thanks to all the teams that have put their heart and soul into this combat, not just the 7 that are still remaining, but all 5,000 that gave it their all through the open ladder into stage 2, 3, 4, and till today, because they are what make this community so amazing, and they're the reason why we're here broadcasting it for all of you to enjoy now. So thanks also to the viewers who came in to watch the show, to Supercell and production as well for doing an excellent job at keeping us all on our toes and forward facing, and my co-casters right alongside me as well. It was a great day today, and I really look forward to the wars to come tomorrow. I know you guys are gonna knock it out of the park. But that's all from me, and I really appreciate the effort that United put into their match today. Unfortunately, they won't be advancing for some really difficult factors, but ultimately VN Esporting put up a great effort as well, and it was a very tight match. Looking forward to seeing them again tomorrow in the lower bracket, as well as our previous favorite, the Clash champs, with once a 99.9% chance to advance. It looks like it is going to be slimmer than that tomorrow, but 2 more wins will get them in. Maxi, how are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm feeling good about tomorrow. I mean, I second everything you said about the thanks that you were giving out to everyone behind the scenes, all of the teams, all of the viewers at home. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be casting today and everything running so smoothly once again. I wanna say once more to you guys at home, if there is one single Clash of Clans stream you will watch, it should be tomorrow's, other than the World Championship, which will be later today. But tomorrow is the most important stream so far this year. We will be giving away 4 golden tickets. There is no other day in the year when more golden tickets are going to be giving away. So definitely make sure to tune in again tomorrow. We will be live at 2 p.m. UTC, I think. We have got it at the bottom as well. Same time as today. Definitely you want to see these best teams competing. Will we see Clash Champs advance? I mean, Judo was 99.9% sure. There is still this 0.1% chance that they might not make it. Maybe there are other teams that Judo want to jinx tomorrow. Definitely, guys, tune in. I can't wait to be casting the other wars we have for you in store tomorrow. And Judo, what about you? Your final thoughts?
Yeah, I guess it's just take a pop at Judo Day, huh? I mean, 99.9% confident that you will enjoy the stream tomorrow. You've seen the matches, exactly what is coming up. The teams have put on incredible performances today, and they're going to step it up tomorrow because 4 of them will be advancing to the grand finals in Helsinki, gaining their golden ticket. 2 p.m. UTC. You do not want to miss it. We will see you tomorrow. Clash on.
Attack! Here it comes!
Maxi.